The following program is for adult audiences only.
Young, and we didn't want to be exposed. Even though it was cold, we were never wearing proper clothes. Always trying to be cool, trying to be those bad guys, smoking cigarettes behind the school. Always trying to be cool, trying to be those bad guys, you know. I still think about what we had when we were younger. We were never running out of time. As long as we had each other, oh, everything was black and white. Driving in a car, never knowing how far we go. When we were younger, when we were younger, I remember a girl. I would sneak into her parents' house. I could stay for hours, and we looked into each other's eyes. Hey, I thought I was Romeo, I was looking for my Juliet. And as soon as I left, I told my friends. Those days made me who I am. When we were younger, we were never running out of time. As long as we had each other, oh, everything was black and white. Driving in a car, never knowing how far we go. When we were younger, oh, when we were younger. As long as we had each other, oh, everything was black and white. When we were younger.
It's time for the Mixin and Chillin vlog. Even if they implemented some ridiculous laws, this is something that if somebody truly wants to do this, they can still do it. But it's going to take a lot of effort on the vapors' part to actually learn what it takes to make your own stuff. I don't know what the heck happened to the last hour of my life, but it certainly wasn't streamed on YouTube like I thought it was. Restrictive policies block progress towards smoke-free world. Many people incorrectly think that very little nicotine content cigarettes are less carcinogenic than current cigarettes. This risk misperception by people who smoke could reduce motivation to quit under a nicotine reduction policy.
That's a bit of a problem.
Someone who specialises in helping people kick the habit is Dr. Colin Mendelsohn. He joins me now.
Look, vaping is a far less harmful alternative to smoking for adult smokers who just can't quit, and that's actually the majority of them.
The road to quitting smoking is paved with candy. Double chocolate clear from TFA. Published in the Vaping Post, we have long-term study. Vaping increases odds of quitting heavy smoking. This is Kenny Thompson, the Vaping Heed. He's got a YouTube channel. He's been on here a lot longer than I have. I'm not going to stop until this is legal and available for everyone. You know, I cover things from all around the globe, but that's because science has no boundaries.
I mean, you know, the FDA and everything would know that vaping is safer than smoking, but they'll have the pressure off the tobacco companies or the states that are on the MSA and all that. It's just a financial thing, and unfortunately that takes precedence against everything. And
All of the things we went through. You just made my day. Just made my day. You made my day. You made my day.
Grab your juice, grab your vape. It's time to get this party started.
It's time for the Mixin and Chillin vlog.
Long-term study.
vaping is safer than smoking.
Smoke-free world.
Hello and welcome, everyone. Time for another episode of It's Tea Time with Kenny and Alex. What do you think?
Tea time with Kelly and Alex, yeah? I've actually got a cup of tea here.
That's what I'm drinking today. Pam asked me, how did the concert go? The concert was fantastic, but my old body couldn't handle standing room only for 4 straight hours. That didn't include the hour we stood around the block trying to get in the building. And then, obviously, the music was so freaking loud. I legit pulled out my phone and I looked at it. I'm like, okay, what's the sound meter saying on this one? 110 decibels. 110 decibels.
No, it is. I don't think it was standing, boys and girls. I think he was in the mosh pit, giving it all the mosh. I think he was away.
Listen, the background for the thumbnail this week all came from the show. Matter of fact, I actually, threw up a little video here. We can actually go and take a look at it. If Stream Deck's going to cooperate. There's so many updates this week. Okay. Come on. There you go. There's the stage. Everybody in the building was vaping. They just didn't know they were vaping. The whole room was full of vape, of a fog. Standing room only. The whole place.
Wow. That's what you want, man.
It was a great show. And the girl that sang before he came on was fantastic. There's the wife and her cohorts from work. We're all hanging out together. It was a fantastic show.
I think you were popping about your neck and you're like, yeah.
But listen, it was so loud that you can't even record. It was My ears were ringing for 2 straight days.
Like it?
And they had
Yeah,
the
the
bass
sound
cranked
really
up
just
so... Oh, it's ridiculous. I mean, your clothes were literally vibrating because the bass was turned up so loud. I mean, I loved it. I loved the music. The music was fantastic. But if they could have just turned it down 5 decibels, 6 decibels, that would have been perfect. It still would have been loud, but it wouldn't have been like painfully loud.
You know what that means, don't you? You know what that
I'm
means,
getting
don't
old.
you?
I know.
You're getting old.
I'm just getting old.
Yeah. All
There
the
he
young
is. He
ones
came
went,
out on the stage.
What's he talking about? All the young kids were going, what's he talking about loud? That's not loud.
And that's the way he dresses. He's like me. I wear shorts 24/7, 365 days a year.
Oh no, couldn't know it here.
He was fantastic. I loved it. And
Too fucking cold for shorts over here.
got a freaking copyright claim last week on our 10 seconds of his music that we happened to play by hosting his YouTube channel for that brief 10 seconds. All because I told him, I was like, listen, his music gives me goosebumps. So I contested it, and I might hear back in, 30 days whether or not, we were allowed to actually say that his music gives us goosebumps.
Yeah.
Tosser.
Don't they certainly give you goosebumps? I said, we'll chuck that in to give you bigger goosebumps.
So that's why I said, this week, because I got sick at the concert, I had to prop my feet up the next day, and I actually got a couple service calls, so just nonstop. Got a little cold from it. So we're drinking tea.
Good old tea, man. Good old tea.
It works. 2 days ago, I could hardly even talk. I wasn't even sure if we're going to have a stream today, to be honest with
you. I wouldn't have thought so on that 161 guy. Have you ever been to a Motorhead concert or a...
No, I'm sorry, I haven't.
That's nothing.
Went and saw Billy Joel and Elton John in concert when they were here at the stadium. That was loud, but it was in a stadium, so it couldn't have been as loud as it was inside Stage AE. Matter of fact, I even got some pictures here. I didn't bring them up onto the thing, but we can take a look at them. It really was a fantastic show. And he sounds just like he does on YouTube. You know what I mean? You know how you go to some concerts and stuff and you can tell that, oh man, your records are auto-tuned and you got this effects and those effects and stuff.
Well,
that's
where you can tell a true artist when they sound the same live or they sound good live. That they're a talented artist. You know what I mean? I've seen some groups where the singing they were awful. You're like, fucking hell, really?
Yeah.
Who's this? I remember when I went to see Def Leppard many years ago, the support bands were better than the fucking headlining band. How does that work?
There's Stage AE. There's where the concert was at. And we legit had to walk all the way around the block to get into the building. Where did Kenny go?
See the queue. I'm behind you.
There you go.
There you are.
But this is a very unique venue because they can have concerts inside or outside. My wife went and saw a country singer down there a month ago, and their concert was on the outside. And that dividing wall there where you see off to the left here, right underneath me, is where you have the actual stage, and everything behind these bushes is just an enclosed wall. So you could, be inside there listening to the concert. But it was a long
you
line.
Just stand, when it's outside, you could just stand to the other side of that hedge, and there you go, free concert.
Sure, you could. Yeah, you wouldn't see anything, but hey, it's just like the old days of the drive-in. People that live next to the drive-in used to love it. They turned their radio station and they'd listen to the movie, and you could actually set a camera up outside and project it onto your TV and watch the drive-in. But there's the bar they had inside.
Wow.
Other concerts that are coming up there. And that was the lady that was on before. Teddy came on.
I like little venues like that. Like, you know, it's not like for the big international stars. Now, some of them, you know, the people that's just doing the pubs and clubs and everything. You know, there's some very talented people out there doing that. Brilliant.
She was fantastic, and she's legit a one-man band. It was just her standing up on stage, and way back here was a guy that was playing the piano for her. It was just the two of them.
Wow. That's awesome.
And she does more like EDM type music. But they, after she got done, they turned on the fog machines. They had like 12 of them that were constantly chugging for 20 minutes straight to fill the stage with vape.
Well, there you go. It means that, you know, you got your vape to vape there. Vaping, frick, I am.
Yep. And like I said, it's standing room only. The second floor does have seats, but they're like, you know, 3 times the cost of the ticket is the, you know, just if you want to stand on the regular floor. There isn't a bad seat in the house. You can definitely see the whole thing. Fantastic show.
Oh, I would like to stand. Like, I like standing. It's brilliant, man. You can boogie away, man. Get boogieing, you know?
And this was, you know, obviously his number one song that's out on the charts right now. So everybody was trying to record it. Wait till they got home and tried to play it and go, oh man, I didn't get anything worth listening to.
Do you not think there's something in the acoustic? I think there's something in the acoustics because you can't, at most gigs, you try to record it, the sound is awful. And I think there's something in that acoustics that your normal microphone just doesn't pick up. It's crap.
You know what it is? It's the bass. Normally, like when you watch a YouTube video or whatever, everybody tells you, you run a high pass filter at like 100 hertz, right? When you go to a concert, you get the full spectrum from 20 hertz to 20,000 hertz, the full range of human hearing. And that's why your clothes are shaking, because those bass frequencies are literally filling the room and vibrating your clothes because they resonant frequency is the same as your clothing.
Wow. We love it, man.
It really was fantastic. That's the joy of being married to somebody much younger than yourself, because they keep you young at heart, going to these concerts and enjoying life to its fullest.
Yeah, love it. Of course you do.
It's fantastic.
Keep you on your toes, man.
Exactly. And then your body reminds you the next day, hey man, what the hell did you do to me yesterday?
How old do you think you are, you stupid person?
Yeah, I had to laugh. You know, my feet were hurting and stuff for 2 days. I can hardly walk around. But, man, it was such a great time.
Well, that's it. You know, you had a good time. You know what I mean? That's the main thing. That's what it's all about, man. Without a doubt.
We had some wonderful food at this thing.
Oh, the food.
Yeah.
Let's talk
Let me tell you.
Already. Don't talk about food already. I've got 4 hours to go with them.
Listen, this was their thing. I always, whenever I go out, just like, you know, on the show every week, I try to have something different, right? So I took a look at this and I'm like, what am I going to order that's different? Something I've never had before. So what do you think? Nitro cold brew martini. What?
Wow.
Coffee in a martini? How is that even possible? And there was our appetizer.
That's an
They
appetizer.
legit brought the nachos out in a pizza box.
What is on that? That's fucking gorgeous.
And there's my nitro martini. Had 3 of those suckers. Roasted coffee beans are delicious. But there's the those are pickled onions.
On that? There's everything on that.
Yes.
Oh, that's quite
pickled onions and cilantro and tomatoes and queso and sour cream, and there was shredded roast chicken on it. guacamole.
I'm sorry, but if I was there, you would not have even get a whiff of that. I would have ran away with that box. I would have
Mate,
the
there
whole
was
box
5 of us there. We didn't finish the nachos. There was that much nachos there.
Oh.
For 5 of us.
I would have buried that. I would have run away. I was like,
it was so fantastic.
Wow. Looks good.
And to wash it down with that nitro martini, oh, was that the most delicious beverage I've had, and I can't tell you how long.
Looks nice. Looks very nice, sir. Martini. Christ, I can't remember the last time I had a drink of martini. Jesus.
A proper James Bond martini with some coffee.
Yeah. Shaken, not stirred.
Definitely.
That's what I'd be having, like, shaken, not stirred.
Shaken, not stirred, and then they threw 3 of the roasted coffee beans in there. And then the alcohol just pulled the essence of that coffee bean out into the martini. Oh.
Ooh, sounds nice. Sounds really nice.
Very good.
Oh,
definitely wasn't cheap.
My stomach's doing almost... It didn't look cheap, mate.
Hey, whatever. We had a good time. That's all that matters.
It never is. It just never is cheap, mate.
Yeah, well, that's the wonderful world we live in nowadays.
Oh, hell aye. Hell aye.
All right. We could sit here and talk about food and being young again for a long time, but
stop talking food. Stop talking food.
I know exactly how to turn that off. All we got to do is talk about some vape news, science, and advocacy. And we're not even going to talk about vape news to begin with. We're going to talk about, let's just call this a thought experiment, okay? So that we can kind of, help keep things in perspective. What do you say?
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, here we go. I told you this is going to be a thought experiment for today. U.S. government claims immunity from liability over barbecue explosion that set alight a U.S. Marine.
Holy shit.
I have a U.S. Marine.
Sorry, I've just noticed something.
What'd you notice?
On one of these bottles of juice. I've never seen that before. This product contains no nicotine.
That's fantastic.
I've never seen that. What about that, eh? That's the first time I've seen. This is called the Cookie by Telios. I've never heard of this one. I've never heard of them. But yeah, I've just sat there noticing that and said, this product contains no nicotine. Kudos to you for that, guys. Kudos to you for that. Because it doesn't. The end user adds nicotine.
Exactly. Oh my God. What a holy revelation of a thought. Tell people the truth.
Yeah. God damn it. Anyway, sorry, but there you go.
There's a new ban on tanks? New BAPs or tanks? Are there any new mods or tanks? We'll get to that. But here's the thought experiment for you guys, okay? U.S. government claims immunity from liability over barbecue explosion that set alight a U.S. Marine. We have these U.S. Marines, right?
Immunity.
Guess where they're stationed? You can tell by where the news is coming from, right? They're in Australia. All right? United States government has argued that it is immune from liability over a barbecue explosion in Australia that set alight a U.S. Marine while he attempted to cook hamburgers and hot dogs in 2019. Right? Evan James Williamson was planning on cooking a meal at an Australian Army base in Darwin when he attempted to light the barbecue and it exploded.
I'm sorry, but that next line, I'm sorry, there's a bit of a chuckle going on with that one. The ex-Marine bomb technician.
The ex-Marine bomb technician was blown up by a barbecue while he was on deployment, and the incident occurred that he has claimed officials knew that there was a gas leak in his barbecue.
I do apologize for having a bit of humor with that line. Just fucking
Listen, little Veterans Day humor. We just had Veterans Day this past weekend, right? You know, you guys had Poppy Day where you honor all of those that served. Right?
Yeah, Remembrance Sunday and Armistice Day. Yeah. I like that. That's class, that.
And I'm even prepped for that today. Okay? Thank you to all of you veterans out there who have served your country and did your part to protect those that live at home, right?
I know.
There's my son.
All those that made the, and all
He's
those
still
that
an
made the
active.
sacrifices. Yeah.
He's still active in the Air Force. That's his mom and his stepdad. And there are more ways to serve than just being in the military. Or if you get out of the military, your local volunteer fire department, especially here in the States, you'd be surprised. Over 90% of the fire departments in the United States are volunteer. Get paid nothing.
Wow.
Okay. There's my son. He had a ROTC scholarship. This is him in high school to go to college. And that's from the club. Because there's other ways to serve. Even if you don't want to be an active firefighter, you can go and, help fundraise for the fire companies. And there's me driving the truck. And there's my military picture when I served.
Oh my God! Go back to that. Have a look at that again. And now why they call you Hunky?
Yeah, that was after spending 2 weeks in the fat company. Physical fitness training unit.
Yeah.
But the most proudest moment is when you pass it on to the younger generations. They're my sons as junior firefighters, instill volunteerism into their upbringing. No prouder moment can exist than when your sons are out there serving the public before they even turn of legal age.
Probably our UK version of that is the RNLIs or the lifeboats. All that's voluntary, all charity run as well, all voluntary. The national, you've got people that be sitting there in their jobs, and as soon as our alarm goes, no matter what they're doing, they're off and they're out. Man in the lifeboat to go out and save somebody. They're on call 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, and they're all volunteers. Don't get paid, nothing. Just go out, risk their lives at sea for people. So kudos to them.
Listen, we pay homage to our veterans, which I thoroughly appreciate. Everybody serving their country, but there's other ways to serve your community besides joining the military. And while I appreciate everybody's service, we have served, and our entire family has served, and I want other people out there to, if they have some free time, join their local fire company.
Yeah.
Give them
anybody that does volunteer work, take your hat off to them. Anybody that does that kind of stuff, you've got to take your hat off to them. Brilliant stuff.
Okay, so now we have our perspective, right? And we have, the high honor we have for our military, right? Here's the United States government, and here's the Australian government. And neither one of them take responsibility for the fact that this bomb technician who was serving both of their countries over there was blown up by a barbecue grill. Because nobody wants to admit fault that we knew that the barbecue grill was leaking and we still didn't bother to fix it or, take it out of service or anything. So here we have this guy 4 years later trying to go through the legal system to get compensation for the fact that he's now paralyzed and can no longer serve his country and can no longer function as a normal human being. This is the reality of our governments.
I think it's a bit like that anywhere, with especially here with the military. Somebody we had a thing not so long ago about all the guys who served out in Afghanistan, who sustained life-changing injuries, losing limbs and legs and all that stuff. They weren't compensated for it. They just says, well, that's a risk you take when you do the job. Well, hang on a minute, you know what I mean? It's a life-changing injury. And yet you'll get an average civilian who will go into work and have a trip or a fall, and they get thousands of pounds compensation, and yet they're fine. It's fucking mind-boggling.
It is mind-boggling. If we don't even take care of our own vets in a country, why do you think that the government or its agents are actually going to protect the public? It's unrealistic for us to think that the FDA is actually looking out for us.
Nope.
The government can't even stand up and support the vets and make sure that none of them are homeless and none of them go without a meal. None of them have mental health issues that go untreated. And here we have both Australia and the United States just washing our hands of this injured guy that his life has now been dramatically altered because neither one of the militaries bothered to make sure that the place where he was going to cook his meal was safe to use.
Exactly.
I could tell you stories about my son. He's in the Air Force, right? And he had on-base housing, right? That they had to condemn because of mold.
Oh, Jesus.
So they legit gave him 30 days notice to find off-base housing that they were going to compensate him for like $120 a month, which is unrealistic because the on-base housing had mold and was in disrepair. What? This is how we treat our military? But we don't have any problem spending $52 billion on the brand new latest aircraft to drop bombs. It's all a load of shit.
I remember, I think it was the early days of the Afghan war when all our military personnel, the weapons were malfunctioning, they were jamming, they were that old and falling apart that they were crap. They were jamming and there was faults with them and they wouldn't fire and all this stuff. And there was hell on.
I'm officially out of paper.
Oh, that's not good.
It only took 6 months to go through a roll. So when you hear the attorney generals of different various states writing letters to the FDA, they're not in the public's best interest when they write these letters. It's obvious that somebody is giving them a little tug to write these letters. And when you take a look at what there's actually saying in the letters, you'll know who's the one that's going to benefit if the letter is actually adhered to by the government agency. Here we have Virginia Attorney General Jason Miyares sent a letter to the US FDA asking for an increase in regulations of illegal electronic nicotine delivery system products. He emphasizes that despite efforts to curtail the underage use of vaping and e-cigarette products, there is no centralized enforcement mechanism to license or hold shops accountable. Because whether people like to admit it or not, you don't realize that when you walk into the vape store, everything there's illegal. The only place you can go and buy legally authorized products for sale in the United States, well, it's in a gas station because it's sold by Big Tobacco. There's 23 products that have been authorized by the FDA as appropriate for the protection of public health, and they're only available in tobacco flavors. And they're the ones that nobody wants to go to a vape shop to buy because they just suck.
Makes sense, that, doesn't it? Hello.
So who wants to crack down on all these illegal products that are for sale out there? Think about it.
It's crazy, man.
So I posted this, and I'm shocked by the fact that nobody likes this. I don't think anybody gets it. I really don't think anybody gets it. Marketing orders for substantially equivalent grandfathered tobacco products are 100% authorized by the FDA. Yeah. Camel decides to change the logo or the packaging of their cigarettes, and they put into the FDA. There you go. 6 months later, you've been reauthorized as a substantially equivalent grandfathered tobacco product. Have a nice day. But the PMTAs for vaping products that have 99% less cancer risk than cigarettes. Oh, well, sorry. We've just denied 99.999% of all of those. And the only ones you're allowed to get are, well, the ones made by big tobacco companies. Because even the Enjoy Ace now is owned by a tobacco company.
Fucking hell. Wow.
And people don't even realize how hypocritical the government is, right? Here we have, just like I was talking about, Philip Morris went and changed the Marlboro Blend number 27 100 box to have a different label on the outside, right? So they had to, put in for a PMTA to get reauthorized as a substantially equivalent product. And the government says, oh, yeah, sure, here you go. It's the same thing. It just has a different box. No problem. You can have that. It's going to kill half the people that use it, but that's okay. We don't have a problem with that. And if Wiz Khalifa decides, hey, guess what? I want to make a brand new tobacco product so you can roll your own smokes at home, the FDA says, oh, yeah, no problem. Here's your authorization because what you're selling is the exact same thing that's been killing 480,000 Americans every single year. You can go ahead and keep selling it. No problem.
Yeah, carry on.
Sure, carry on. And if you want some raw organic hemp to roll your own cigarettes, well, you can have that too. Because that's just like, to roll your own tobacco. It's going to kill half the people. Wow. No problem. And if you want flavors, oh, no problem. We got plenty of flavors. You want some Royal Blunts and sour apple, or maybe a peach flavor, or blueberry, or purple haze, or wet mango, or passion fruit. You could have your flavored cigars. No problem. Just don't expect to get any in a vape that isn't going to kill you and isn't going to kill half the people in the country who use it. All of these products, there's like 1,200 of them that have been given substantial equivalent market authorization. So don't tell me that the US FDA is actually looking out for the public health. What's appropriate for the protection of public health? You want some cherry, mango, vanilla cream, French vanilla, bright burley tobacco flavors? Oh, yeah, you can get them. Emerald Isle. What the hell is Emerald Isle? What flavor is that?
Never heard of it. Unbelievable.
Strawberry? You want some strawberry delight? Kahlua? Amaretto? Oh, you can get them. As long as it's a pipe tobacco, not a vape. Yep.
Shit.
Every single one of these have been authorized for sale by the US FDA. The list just goes on.
See where their priorities lie.
And on. And on. Dark chocolate. Yeah. Black vanilla Cavendish. Black spice. How about some molasses double apple hookah? Wrapped tobacco products. Water pipe tobacco products. Dubai mint flavor. Golden amber. Molasses mint. Mixed fruit. Orange, peach, strawberry, watermelon, mango. Take your pick. You can have plenty of flavors. As long as it's in a product that is actually going to kill you. We can't give it to you in the product that's not going to kill you. Sorry.
God.
And this is all since the PMTA banning all those vaping products. And I love how they constantly close the tab so you can't see the complete list, because it would shock you to find out 1,200 of them have been authorized since they denied the millions of vaping products that won't kill people.
Excuse me. Jesus.
Bless you, mate. And moving to Canada, because they just enacted a flavor ban in Ontario. Forget about flavors in Ontario for vaping. You're going to have to order it online or go to your neighboring province to get it and bring it home. Well, that's not enough. Now we need to institute a tax. Right? Planning to add a tax to reduce the prevalence of vaping. Good.
There's a thought, right? If you're in a province or a state where you cannot buy a vape product or whatever, and you go to another state or province and buy it and bring it back, can they not penalty you for smuggling then? Are you actually like bringing it into the state illegally? Or is it just purchasing in the state?
You know, I don't know if they've actually specified what the quantity is that you can have for personal consumption.
Yeah.
See, the laws have gotten so muddled because what they had in previous effect for cigarettes, they pretty much tried to transfer it to vaping, but you know yourself, it doesn't transfer. A bottle of liquid like this, until you know what the nicotine concentration is inside the bottle, it's meaningless. You can't compare it to a pack of cigarettes or a carton of cigarettes or a pallet of cigarette cartons.
I suppose it's like a similar scenario, like if you say you go on your holidays, say like, you know, I went to Spain for my holidays, I can bring back a certain amount of tobacco or whatever if I wanted to before I have to pay import duty. So I suppose it'd be like along them kind of lines, I'd imagine. And plus, like you said, if you had a bottle of liquid, which is blatantly stated on here that there is no nicotine in, you can't tax something that's got no nicotine in because it's got no nicotine in.
That's what they're doing in Ohio. If you go into the vape shops in Ohio, they sell 0 milligram liquids. And then they'll sell you the Saphir little nick shot so you can nick up your own bottle. Because the nick shot has 1.8 mils of nicotine concentration in it. So you pay tax on 1.8 mils. And then the bottles, you don't pay tax on other than sales tax because there's no nicotine in it.
Yeah, that's my point. I mean, this is the common denominator. About 99.9% of any shop you go into for a bottle of e-liquid does not contain nicotine. It's an end user thing that you add. So why they sit there saying this contains nicotine? No, it doesn't. You're lying.
You're lying. I've got plenty of 0 milligram bottles that say this product is a tobacco product. No, there's no tobacco in it anywhere whatsoever. It's vegetable glycerin, propylene glycol, and flavorings. That's it. If there's no nicotine in it, you can't possibly have any tobacco product in it.
Exactly. That's where
why don't you tell the truth and say there's no tobacco in this. There's no nicotine in this.
Exactly. No.
Heaven forbid we just tell everybody the truth. In Ohio, they have 10 cents per milliliter tax if it's got nicotine in it. So that's why you'll buy 0 milligram bottles of liquid and a 1.8 milliliter shot of nicotine to nick up your bottle, because then you're only paying tax on 1.8 mils. At 10 cents per mil, that's 2 cents. You pay tax. Have a nice day.
And the classic one is hardware. It's not even a liquid, but
it's got nicotine in it.
This product contains nicotine, which is a highly... No, it isn't. It's a device. There's nothing in it.
It's glass and metal. And maybe some cotton.
Metal, plastic, cotton, metal. There's not even a liquid in it.
It's not even a functional product.
No.
What are you going to do with it? I mean,
there
you go. It's just art. This is just a piece of metal and glass. You can put it on your shelf. Without anything else, this doesn't do anything.
Well, I think they'll do is sprinkling the magic nicotine dust just to put some in. Fuck off. Wow.
The wonderful world we live in.
It's like so hang on then, right? So they do that with that, right? But yet when you go to various smoke shops around here, you can technically buy drug paraphernalia, bongs, pipes, all that. And there's nothing about nicotine on them or smoking them, or there's nothing on them. There's not even a warning on them. You just buy it. Nothing on them.
That's because, see, the vaping industry tried to keep up with regulations and tried to put preemptive things on there to protect them from regulations in various countries, because everything's piecemeal done, thrown together here, there. This city has this rule. This city has that rule. This state has this rule. So they tried to be preemptive and say, okay, well, you know what? We'll just put it on there as a warning, and that way nobody can stop our product from getting used or imported or sold. Well, because we tried to comply with the law, and just because the wording is just a little bit different than what that state says, they're going to look at that and go, oh, that's close enough. Meanwhile, they're lying to the customers like this Osiris. What's that say? This product contains nicotine. No, it doesn't. Actually, this is just an empty box. There's nothing in it. And it never did have any nicotine in it.
Madman.
Tossers.
I think it's like classification, isn't it? That's the word I was looking for. Classification.
Yeah, tell me about classification. That's just like yesterday. I was trying to, return a fixed computer to a customer, and lovely Comcast has changed it. You used to be able to log into the master account on your internet service and change the passwords of all your subsidiaries, your secondary accounts, right? Not anymore. Yeah. Not anymore, because their classification system, you have to call them to reset your password.
Oh, God.
For every account. And then, because there was no backup set up, because see, what they want is for each email, they want a separate phone number. Well, this business owner has 6 emails, but only one phone number. So every time you use that phone number on a different account as the recovery option, it deletes it from the other accounts.
What the hell?
Because it's only allowed to be as a classified security enhancement on one account as it's a recovery option.
Holy fuck.
So what did they tell me to do? Because I said, how am I supposed to have a recovery option for all 6 of these emails? Well, you just use a different email address as the recovery. So you want me to go and create like 6 Yahoo or Google email accounts for these 6 accounts to be the backup for... So now I can't just use your security to protect the account. I now need to rely on somebody else's security as a backup, because if that account gets hacked and somebody resets the password from here, they'll have full access to it. Tell me how that makes the situation any better.
No.
You just charge this guy 2 hours of my labor to change this password that I used to be able to do in 5 minutes on all 6 of them.
Mad, isn't it? Mad.
Well, here we go in Canada.
Bureaucracy.
$2 per milliliter of vape liquid is going to be taxed. And we're going to do that for the first 10 milliliters because it's not confusing enough. We're going to do $2 per milliliter for the first 10 milliliters. So you're going to pay $20 on the first 10 milliliters, and then $2 per 10 milliliters after that. So 120 mils, you're going to have $20 a tax on the first 10 mils, and then the next 110 mils, you're going to pay $2 per 10 milliliter. Figure out what the tax is going to be on everything you sell now.
Jesus. $120 tax, isn't it? 5. Yeah, $120.
10 times.
No, not.
110.
You've got 20. You've got 20 for your first 20 mils.
10,
so
20. It's going to be $40 tax.
$40. Sorry, that's right.
$42 tax.
Yeah. Wow. Fucking hell, that's scary.
On a bottle that is selling for less than that right now.
Yeah.
You could probably go in there and buy this for $30.
By a long way. By a long way.
And the best part is some of the cities have instituted taxes that only apply if you sell it in that city.
Jesus.
And
Not
there's
good.
legislation in process in Canada right now. They want to do it on the national level. They want to match it.
Holy
So you're going to have $40 of provincial tax and $40 of federal tax on a bottle of e-liquid that cost $5 to make. The shop was selling it currently for maybe $20 or $30. And now it's going to be more than a carton of cigarettes? What? Are you mad?
Holy crap. Damn. Holy dolly. Crazy, 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 mate.
It's enough to drive you to drink.
It is. Let's rock and roll.
Up for my health today, I am consuming Zen tea. It's a TAZO tea, and the actual flavor is called Zen. You don't have to take up residency in a monastery to benefit from our rejuvenating green tea blend infused with crisp notes of spearmint, lemongrass, and lemon verbena. But we highly recommend trekking to a mountaintop sanctuary at least once, because the views are breathtaking.
No, so you can drink about 5 gallons of that when you get up there.
Listen, I don't know if it's the green tea. I don't know if it's the honey I put in here. I don't know if it's the vitamin C I get from the lemon juice I put in here. But I drink this, and 24 hours later, half my symptoms are gone. Another 24 hours later, and they'll be much better, if not totally gone by tomorrow. And because I'm not drinking coffee, I'm drinking this, I still get my caffeine. I really like how this I really like how this brand actually marks on the back of it what the actual caffeine levels are. Can't actually see them here.
That's quite
But
cool.
different teas have different caffeine amounts in them.
Oh, yeah.
And for you, sir, what's your beverage of today?
For me, I've gone for a Scottish brew. Good old-fashioned McEwans Export. Basically a Scottish beer. Alcohol is 4.5% in volume. And yeah, it's been going since 1856. Big brand name of Scotland. You get McEwans Export, McEwans Lager, McEwans, they're a big brand of Scotland. And I thought I would try it today, got something a little different from me norm. So there you go.
Fantastic.
Oh. If I remember correctly, it's very dark. Oh, yes. That does put hairs on your chest. My God. Ah.
I personally love this tea because no matter whether it's hot or it's cold, it still tastes fantastic. I've had some Earl Greys and stuff. When you make it and it's hot, it's lovely. But when it cools off,
oh no, you don't have cold tea. I'm not a fan of cold tea. I think now, my children that buy all this iced tea, and I'm like, no. Tea is a hot beverage. It's supposed to be hot. It is made with boiling water. That's tea.
That's how you make it. But listen, a lot of people say the same thing about coffee. My wife is an iced coffee fanatic.
No.
She buys cold brew coffee. She has me make a shot of espresso for it in the morning, and she has me make a super concentrated coffee that she pours over ice, puts the espresso in it, then pours the cold brewed coffee in it, and then adds the creamer and sugars. And
gotta be hot.
Drinks a liter of it on her way to work in the morning.
It's gotta be hot. It's got to be hot. I'm sorry. It's a hot beverage. It is a hot beverage, not cold. If you want something cold, go and get some juice. You know, not coffee. Oh, no. Nah.
Listen, juice isn't real juice anymore either. Everything's ultra concentrated, purified, pasteurized, frozen, and then kept in a warehouse until they actually have to deconcentrate it to sell it to people.
And but it's cold.
Yeah, nothing like a cold cup of apple juice.
Juice is nice, hot or cold. You can make it with hot water.
Yep.
I used to love rye bean. I used to love making rye bean. Hot toddy. When we used to have a cold, we used to make a hot toddy, which was rye bean made with boiling water. But you put a little nip of whiskey or whatever in, and just to, give it that little thing, little hot toddy. Lovely.
Yeah.
But
put your hand checks in if you haven't already.
Yes, boys and girls, get your hand checks in.
It's time for us to take a look at our hand checks that we've got so far. There we go.
I like that, William. There you go. William Jobson. 1 liter of vodka makes most symptoms go if you drink it in less than an hour.
Unfortunately, it also kills the good bacteria in your gut. But hey, to each their own. So here we go. William Dobson has some homemade strawberry and cream and apple donut.
Ooh.
Look at that.
That's nice. Is that the Lost Vape Paranormal at the front, is it?
Yeah.
That's the Paranormal, isn't it? I've got one of them. Awesome mod. Awesome bit of kit.
It looks like a Bogan's Blotto there.
Yeah.
You can definitely tell by the bottle caps.
Yeah. They're lovely, them.
What else we got here?
Lovely.
Billy Lee Rice. This is my favorite e-liquid ever. I wanted to test how much I could get through the coils in my Atomizer Plus V3 RDTA. 12 milliliters yesterday, and today I have nearly finished off another 12 milliliters. And then coils and wick still look great.
Wow. It's that luscious. Ooh.
Banana butterscotch custard.
Oh, yes. Very nice.
And a good old geek vape.
Need a refill. Yeah. And the tank needs refilling. Get it refilled. Fill it up.
All right, and Scott Merriman, here we go. What are we doing today? Vaporesso 80 with homemade melon baller in the Albright. Look at that.
Oh, that's very nice.
And your trivia question for today, who's that on the screen behind him?
Holy shit. Not you 20 years ago, is it?
No.
Oh, now the face, but I can't think of the name.
You love his tank.
Yeah.
Vaping Fagin.
Oh, my God. Vape the Fagin, yeah.
The bulk.
The Fagin. The bulk. Well, yeah, he fucking hell, how old's that video he's watching? He looks very young on that one. I think he's great now,
nice.
Isn't he?
I don't know. I haven't seen any of his recent content. He used to do weekly shows with Mike Vapes and one other guy.
That's right, yeah.
But I can't tell you the last time I was actually served any content from any of them. And for those of you in the UK, lest we forget.
Yeah.
Vicky was even talking about how he couldn't get poppies for Memorial Day. Nobody in town was giving out the poppies.
There's plenty around here.
I'm really getting into the Thanksgiving spirit. I've given the bird to lots of people in the last week, so that's the Thanksgiving spirit. Bloody hell, fantastic. That means it's time for dad jokes. What are we going to start with?
He still does vape shows. It's on every Tuesday night. All right. Thank you, Billy Lee Rice.
Oh, I'll have to check it out. All right.
Early hours Wednesday.
Public service announcement. In a shocking incident, a Samsung phone on Verizon exploded in the face of a user, reports Gizmodo. The user dropped the phone inside of his car and the phone exploded, rendering the man incapacitated and traumatized.
Holy fuck. Just
pretty nice, eh?
Batteries can explode. Batteries can explode in any device that's got lithium batteries in. Anyone can go.
Exactly. It's hard to be sad when you upgrade your vape.
That's so true.
Look at that.
Like, yeah. That's a beast.
It sure is. I did realize I
How
do need to
big is that?
Turn that off.
That's huge.
I've never seen one like that. I've heard about them. But listen, when you got that kind of cash, you can have somebody custom make you one.
It looks like it doubles up as a sex toy, actually. The size of it.
Gives a whole new definition of flavor saver.
Oh, God.
Mate, you need to take some pictures for me. This is from the UK, the grocery store.
Yeah.
Take some pictures next time you're out and about.
Out in the open.
Well, there was somebody from Australia who was out there beating the drum about how they need to ban vaping in Australia, right? And they posted this picture and they said that they were in the UK recently and they were shocked by how vaping was so readily accessible everywhere and how it needs to be banned and protect the children from accessing this. And naturally, you know, all of us advocates jumped on there and said, "You're bonkers, lady."
Fuck you.
And my link was obviously the one, the swap to stop. UK is literally going to be giving 1 in 5 of all the smokers in the UK a vape starter kit to encourage them to try the less harmful product. Maybe save their life.
Exactly.
But she was appalled at finding this in the local grocery store.
Yeah, okay.
Time for the bird!
The bird. Everybody's heard about the bird, bird.
Because we know how bad Australia is. We have the adult smoking rate charted on this beautiful graph here, and Australia is the only country that's going in reverse. The number of smokers are growing in Australia because their prohibition works so good.
Yeah. You can't vape. That's fine. We'll go back to smoking. Thank you. Job done.
Doesn't matter. It's $50 a pack, and most people aren't going to pay the $50 a pack. They're going to buy Chop from the guy down the street corner. And if they see somebody standing out and they pull their coat open and there's a bunch of bags of tobacco there, they're going to do a blocky and go, "Hey, man, I'll take some of that too."
Yep, I'll have some of that.
And a little bit of science for you. I don't know, lately I've been on this kick watching the podcast from A Diary of a CEO, and they had Neil Tyson on there, the big astrophysicist, and I was listening to his thing. High atmospheric pressure affects the bubbles in your coffee. If the bubbles are closer to the center of your cup, you can expect rain or stormy weather.
That's so weird.
I'm here with Louie, who watched in horror as his human snapped a cookie in half and tried to pass it off as a whole treat. I love these thought experiments, mate. You know, what happens if the news was covered by the Poochies? You know, our best friends. Counting down to Christmas? Nope. Car show season.
Yeah, that's more like it.
I miss car shows. We should do them at least once a month.
I used to love those. Yeah, man. So it's a summer thing over here, like.
It's pretty bad. They have to put this on the package nowadays. You're a garage mechanic yourself, a shade tree mechanic, right? You're always missing your sockets. There's always a socket that goes missing. And it's always a 10 millimeter.
Especially
right?
the 10 millimeter.
So here we go. Astro is now selling UV glowing 10 millimeter sockets in 1/4 and 3/8 drive. This package only contains 10 millimeter sockets, short, long, both for 1/4 inch and 3/8 drive. And they say, warning, please keep package sealed until used because the products will flee.
I'm out of here.
They do take off on their own. How many of you remember the blizzard of 93 here in the States? On the East Coast. Blizzard of 93.
Remember the ice storms.
I worked the day that it hit, okay? And it started wee hours in the morning. I worked that day. We had to transfer a patient from our local hospital, which is now closed, to Monroeville for another extended care facility for the patient to go get rehab, right? This normally takes, 25, 35 minutes max to drive from here to there. That day, because of how bad it was snowing, it took us 8.5 hours.
Wow. Fucking hell.
That was the last time we actually saw any real snow here in Pennsylvania. Suddenly, an oven. What?
Where the fuck did that come from?
Learn to drive.
Oh, yes.
I don't think that's what they meant.
Park your car now on the drive-in center.
Here we see crab ragoons in their natural state, drinking from a sweet and sour watering hole, unaware of the predator that lurks above them.
Come here.
I love crab ragoons, man.
Oh, what?
Another piece of advice for you all. Always eat tacos over tortillas. So when the stuff falls out, boom, extra taco. Ready to go.
Yes. Just roll it and eat it. Job's a good one. Wow.
A man is great not because he hasn't failed. A man is great because failure hasn't stopped him. Some philosophy insight from Confucius.
Very true.
I finally found it, man. No freaking way.
Is that actually real? No.
Yeah. Real picture. No freaking way.
My God.
I can't say that it's actually a
Never know.
city or county road. It's just somebody's sign they put up in their yard. Their driveway is no freaking way.
See.
But think about that, man. If you could put that out there to give directions to people to find your home,
that'd be brilliant.
Follow Pope Road until you find no freaking way.
Yeah. That's brilliant, that, right? I like that.
You know how retirement homes play music of the residents' era, in the lobby, like Benny Goodwin or Frank Sinatra? when we get old enough that we have to live in nursing homes, you realize they're going to be playing Twisted Sister and Motley Crue in the lobby?
Wow. Yeah. Well, got the age, haven't we?
Here's some more knowledge for you. The Milgram experiment. The Milgram experiment was a shocking experiment by Stanley Milgram in the early 1960s that tested people's willingness to shock others if instructed by an authority figure. Conclusion of the scientific experiment was that 65% of participants would kill someone if the authority figure told them to do it.
Really? Holy shit.
It gets worse, mate.
Then again,
because this was
I have to
after
think
they
along
did
the
the
lines of
Ash
people.
experiments. The Ash experiments were a series of experiments by Solomon Ash in the 1950s that tested the extent of which social pressure from a majority group could affect a person to conform to their thoughts and ideals. Conclusion? People are willing to ignore reality in order to conform to the group.
yeah. I think brainwashing comes to fucking rings a bell.
And you wonder why social media's influence on society is such a threat.
Exactly.
And then if you put that in the power of AI, all right, it's that time of year where we have Elf on a shelf. Time to pull out Elf on a shelf and get the little shenanigans going, right? Well, if you can't afford that and you live out in the rural areas, here's your alternative. Cock in a sock.
Fuck off.
If you're afraid that books might change somebody's thinking, you're not actually afraid of books. You're afraid of thinking.
Afraid of thinking. Yeah. Yeah. Definitely.
A legit decision was made here.
Milk wine. Milk wine.
Somebody put their milk back to grab a bottle of wine.
Yeah.
And later on, you will see why.
An executive decision, as we say.
Definitely. Public service announcement. Watch out for people like this. Empty brain and full mouth.
I like that. I like that one. That's cool.
Another public service announcement. Just be kind for no reason. Do one act random kindness today. You can change somebody's life. And let's give thanks to alternative universes.
The turkey that ate the man.
There's an alternative universe somewhere out there where they've accepted vaping is the natural evolution away from combustible cigarette smoking.
Yeah, it's called The Public with Common Sense.
Yeah. And my favorite comedian of all time, George Carlin. I like people who buck the system, individualists. I often warn people, somewhere along the way, someone is going to tell you there is no I in team. And what you should tell them is, maybe not, but there is an I in independence, individuality, and integrity. Kiss off.
Yeah, so true. So true.
We talked about Benny Hill last week, right? Here's a little snippet from it.
Yeah.
I don't think this is inappropriate, even for today's standard. I mean, the clothes that people wear to frickin' Walmart to go shopping reveal way more than this lady revealed in this shot. But take a look at the sign in the background there. That's what I want to look at.
Betsy Crow. Harry Potter. Harry the Founder. Betsy Crow, Harry Founder. The thing without a thing of lust with... Yeah.
There's so many little things that used to be in Benny Hill. It wasn't just about the shenanigans with Benny Hill and the girls romping around. There was so much humor in that. Slapdash humor. I mean,
just slap.
Here's a bit of reality. Guys on Christmas waiting for their new batch of underwear.
Oh yeah. Your yearly underwear delivery.
We won't go spend money on that because we know it's coming on Christmas time.
Yeah. Underwear and socks.
Alternate reality once again. There, that's him. Number 4. That's the crazy psycho.
Fucking so true.
Bowling pins. How many of you remember this? Back in the day.
We used to do it with lolly sticks. You know the little wooden sticks in your lollies? We used to do it with them. Made your pedal bike sound like a motorbike, didn't it?
Yeah. How many of you do this? How many of you in the chat do this? Leave upstairs stuff on the steps, hoping that the next person that goes up the steps takes it with them and puts it where it belongs.
100%.
And how many of us are disappointed that it never actually makes it up the steps?
Well, we live in hope that somebody will actually use them rather than us.
Oh. Here you go. You can sing this one.
Oh, God, hang on. Where's it? Nah, I haven't got it. Hang on. I haven't got it. Hello, darkness, my old friend. Soon you'll start. Because I can't see the bottom of it because of the where.
Soon you'll start at 5 p.m. is the words. But if you don't get it for the first sentence, hello, darkness, my old friend. Soon you'll start at 5 p.m.
Get away, shite.
Hey, man, we just changed the clocks, right? I thought it was an appropriate song.
I just didn't get it. I'm sorry. My brain was just not functioning correctly.
That song gives me goosebumps. Always did. Here's some reality for you, okay? Fructose peddlers. Contains 400% of your child's daily sugar requirement. Kid tested, guinea pig approved. This is what happens if we actually got realistic packaging requirements for the people that sell us these processed foods.
400%. Jesus Christ.
Yes, because when you look and you read the package, the box, it gives you the sugar for a half cup serving. Even a 5-year-old isn't going to eat a half a cup of the cereal. They're going to eat a bowl of the cereal. So do the math.
Bowl of the brim, didn't you?
And you've just consumed 400% of your daily sugar requirement. Here's for Hostess. Ready? Whipped lard and GMO corn sludge. That's a Twinkie.
Holy fuck, what the hell?
That's a Twinkie. Let's be honest.
Wow.
Call it what it is.
A Twinkie.
And here we go. Our maple syrup, right? Aunt Jemima's maple syrup isn't actually Aunt Jemima's maple syrup because it has nothing to do with maple syrup. It's imitation boiled tree sap made from chemically processed corn kernels and water with aromatic compounds.
Aromatic. I like the word aromatic.
Well, that's what we have in our vapes, mate. Aromatic compounds.
Very.
Yummy. Here you go. Betty Crocker frosting.
3 kinds of sugar with oil. I love it.
And let's go further. Let's be honest. No strawberries here in the frosting.
Right. Okay. Just sugar.
How about Country Time lemonade? No lemon at all.
Syrup.
Corn syrup, water drink with less than 2% natural flavors. Glycerol ester of wood rosin, yellow number 5, potassium sorbate, etc. It's a good source of ascorbic acid.
Why would you advertise like a lemon drink with no lemon? I mean, that's like, what?
Well, because this is what would happen in the alternate universe where we had to be honest with the package labeling.
Yeah, I see.
You wonder why corporations fight so hard not to put actual ingredients on packages. Bacon bits are actually artificially floured artificially flavored textured soy flour. Had nothing to do with bacon. Doesn't even have bacon grease on it.
So
How
much
about
artificial stuff out there now?
everybody heard about it. I can't believe it's not butter, right? Well, let's be honest, okay?
Yeah.
I can't believe
But it
it's
isn't
soybean oil, palm kernel oil, palm oil, water, salt, soy lecithin, vinegar, vitamin A, palminerol, beta carotene, and natural flavors.
Pretty much sums it up, like, doesn't it?
Just being honest with our labeling. How about 100% juice from an orange tree that was stripped of its oxygen so it could be stored for a year, but in the process lost its orangeness? So we decided to add chemically altered orange byproducts back just before bottling to make it taste like what you think it's going to taste like.
Wow.
And when you go into the gas station to get yourself a quick lunch, how about a floor sandwich? We dropped this one on the floor while making it. Half priced. Smoked white turkey and cheese. Still okay, probably.
That's so true. And how about do you not have the 2-second rule? If it's been on less than 2 seconds, it's okay.
Everybody does.
Yeah.
Unless you're so well off to do that it doesn't matter. You just pitch it, toss it to the dogs.
Oh, I've like stretched it a bit to fall. While I'm stopping the dog getting it. Get off. Mine, get off.
All right, time to get back in the gutter, folks. Ready? William Shatner has discontinued his new line of ladies' lingerie. Apparently, Shatner panties wasn't the best choice for a name.
Oh. Fuck it. Definitely took one down the gutter there, like.
Did your house look like this too when you were growing up?
Fucking right, did it. Brilliant, man.
Christmas right around the corner, folks.
Yeah.
Barely a month away.
Fast approach it.
Here's some honesty for you. Things that tell the truth. Small children, drunk people, and yoga pants.
Oh, Jesus. Oh, no.
I can smell your thoughts from here.
Shit for brains. Love it.
Here you go. You can sing this one. You know this one.
Love,
you gotta know this one.
Love me do. You know I love Brew. So please love me do. Beatles.
Exactly. And this is a legit picture taken from a local corner store. You see something wrong with this?
What? Definitely.
They're so afraid that people are going to steal the milk that they are legit, just like VCR tapes, putting empty boxes, empty packages in the fridge. And you have to take that up to the counter to get a full one from the clerk.
Which would probably be warm. Which would be warm if it's not in the fridge.
That's what happens when milk reaches $7 a gallon.
Yeah, they must have a serious crime problem there if they're nicking bottles of milk.
And the thing is, the lady that posted this, nobody believed her. So she went back into the store and videotaped it so people could see that that's actually where it's at, and told them the name of the store and the street address location so the people could believe her, because nobody believed her that they were doing this.
I found it hard to believe. I thought it was a bit of a wind-up when I first went, eh?
What the hell happened to humanity?
Wow.
There's somebody stealing a $7 gallon of milk to feed their kids, not because, oh, they love milk that much.
Which is exactly.
And half-load Harry got himself a new vehicle.
Jesus Christ. I'll tell you what it is, he must have good fucking suspension for that fucking weight on there, like. Holy
if I ever
moly.
move from this house, I'm gonna hire this guy to freaking get my stuff out of here.
He'll do it in one load, no problem.
And here's the same sign we had before. Now, do you know the song?
Oh, not this man. No, I was just starting right here. Yeah. Wow.
With the current situation of the meat aisles in supermarkets, this will now be referred to as a tree chicken. Sorry, Pam.
Maybe I am.
Here's a question for you all, you out in chat. If you could reacquire one vehicle that you owned in the past, what would it be?
That's so hard.
Not for me, mate.
That is so hard.
My 280Z. I had a Datsun 280Z.
That's not that I've had so many good cars in my day. I've had a Cosworth, an RS Turbo. So many good cars. Classics as well now. Absolute classics.
Al Ben,
that's
69
difficult.
Roadrunner.
That is so
I can see why he
hard.
wants that car.
I would probably go Mark 1 Ford Escort Mexico. That was a car and a half in his day.
Listen, I had an 89 Ford Escort GT. It was custom ordered from the factory because I wanted a moonroof and fantastic car. Loved it. Very economic, very appropriate for that part of my life. But there's nothing's going to replace the Datsun 280Z I had.
I wonder if I can get one up. Just so you can enlighten your viewers who don't know what one is. What was it? Let's have a look. I'll just see if it comes up on my search.
And for those of you watching the replay, put in a comment below and tell me one vehicle that if you could reacquire from your past, what would it be? Leave us a comment to this video.
There you go, I shall show you this one, but it wasn't the same colour as mine, but I was the Ford Escort Mexico.
Nice.
Absolutely gorgeous car. Brilliant little car. You could get it had the 2-litre Ford Pinto engine in it. That's why it was so good. It was an absolutely gem of a car. You know how much one of them would cost you now if you can get your hands on it? About 30-40 grand. Easy. A good one. Easy. Lovely car, that, like. Love that car.
I'm trying to find one here.
Though.
None of these ones actually look like it.
So many. Trying to find the one I had.
There's the one I had.
Oh, yeah. Well, this one here, I don't know if it'll... I hope it... I've got it muted, like, but mine was the same colour as... Mine was the same setup as this. If you bear with us. Mine was the same colour as this fella. Hang on a minute. Where's the picture of it? I want to pick... There you go. I'll get a picture of it. There you go. That one's obviously rear spec'd up, but like mine was like, there you go. That was like my colour one. It was like white with black. Look at that, man. Awesome. Look at that. Way the fun we had in there, man. Rear wheel drive. Brilliant. I mean, that's like 160 brake horsepower, that, which, okay, it's nothing by today's standards, but back in the day, that was quick. When you think of like obviously the weight of the car as well. It was like there was no weight in it, so your power to weight ratio, it was just phenomenal. Brilliant car.
Fantastic. Ammo cans are like Tupperware, but for veterans. How many of these you got in your garage, mate? Got any of them?
Oh, nah, it's not. Ours are like plastic petrol cans, I'm afraid. That's where we are.
I got half a dozen of these sitting in the garage for sockets and various other things. Nuts and bolts. So I keep the miscellaneous ones in.
I've got a jerry can, you know, the old jerry cans. I've got one of them. But like them, fucking hell, I don't even think you can get them over here.
You know what this is, right?
Oh, no, that is an ashtray.
In the back seat.
In the back.
Right in the door.
In the back seat, yes.
And just when you thought tacos couldn't get any better.
Oh, that looks
how about
awesome.
A bacon shell?
That looks amazing.
Oh. Every once in a while, I go outside and run the vacuum cleaner over the driveway just to make sure that the neighbors never talk to me.
Jack Nicholson at his best. Brilliant actor. Absolutely brilliant actor. Jack Nicholson, that's him all over, isn't it?
That's exactly him. And this is why guys don't live as long as women.
Okay, hell. What the fuck's got holding that up?
He strung it up to the tree.
Holy fuck.
Cargo strap up to the tree.
Oh my. He's fucking.
And this is why I have trust issues.
Where's that? Yeah, did you know that there's. We had tape measures at an engineering factory and we had to get them calibrated because that bit on the end moves. So we had to get our tape measures calibrated.
Yep. It moves so that if you're measuring inside something, it adjusts to compensate for the thickness of that actual clip. And then when it pulls out, it adjusts for that. But they are never accurate. And don't ever go to a dollar store thinking you're buying yourself a decent quality thing. But this is from Stanley. You would think that Stanley would manufacture things that are accurate.
Not for general. I mean, we were obviously was an engineer, was more specialized, so they had to be calibrated, they had to be put on the calibration systems, you know what I mean? But for general use, but a lot of people don't even realize that when they measure something internally, that they don't realize it's compensating for the thickness of the hook. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Honey, I'll be right back. I'm taking the porch to grab a pack of smokes. That legit happens here.
I bet.
And once again, why women live longer than men.
We do some shit, don't we? Holy moly.
Somewhere, an OSHA manual just exploded.
Christ almighty. What's that lad actually wrestling? He's just got that rat on a fucking rope.
He has it strapped to the railing so that he can install a ceiling fan.
Holy fuck. I like the I like the ingenuity, you know, I like the thinking behind it, like, but it's fucking crazy at the same time. And it's
people do some crazy shit, man.
See what they've done. They photoshopped his wife out, actually starting to cut the strap.
Probably. Hey, man, is this working on your vehicle? This is what it's like working on my truck. 45% of the time, I'm looking for the tool that I just had 5 minutes ago. 30% of the time, I'm breaking something and have to fix it. And 20% of the time, I'm looking for my phone so I can look something up to order a part for something I just broke. And 5% of the time is actually working on the truck.
The 45% is looking for the 10 milli socket. It's obvious.
That just ran off.
Yep. The one that fleed.
And because of the way things are going on YouTube, in case we all get banned, please drop your CB handle in the description below so that we can communicate with each other after we get banned from this social media platform.
I used to have a CB handle many moons ago. I used to do a bit of that. I used to do a bit of ham.
I don't even remember what mine
years
was.
ago. Mine was Snow Dog.
A Snow Dog.
Yeah.
I honestly don't remember what mine was.
And me ham radio handle was Whiskey Bravo 015.
Cameron Haycock, hello and welcome to the stream.
That was me old radio days. That was your
on today's episode of My Wife Insisted on Cutting the Grass.
Oh shit.
We show you how to replace the air conditioning compressor.
It looks like she tried to rip that off the wall and cut the grass with that, actually. Just take the cover off the blade, it'll be fine.
Are y'all still paying for gas? Because y'all are dumb. That's all you got to do. A little duct tape on the fuel gauge. Problem solved.
Yeah, right.
Always got full tank.
Yeah. It looks good, but it's not real.
Don't call me when it doesn't work for you. I mean, you remember what this is?
What on earth is it? What on earth is that? No, you've got it on that one. What's that?
Cigarette lighter. From your car.
Oh, Christ. Right, because yours are totally different. Ours, we've got an actual picture of a cigarette on ours.
50s and 60s muscle cars. You know how hard it is to try and find one of these if you're storing a car?
I bet.
Just like the Blues Brothers. The first thing they did is throw it out the window if it doesn't work. That's not the part that failed.
Right, yeah.
You blew the fuse. But that's the part that they would toss out the window when it didn't work.
Exactly. That's so cool.
I've seen one of those go on eBay for like $350.
Was it there? Ace Ventura, when he was chasing, he
Pet Detective.
Took the cigarette and hid on the bloke's lap. Pet Detective, he's sitting, he's going, that's a class way to throw one out the window. Warm.
With all due respect, ladies and gentlemen, please read this and then read it again and then teach it to your children and then teach it to your grandchildren and everybody you know. History is not there for you to like it or dislike it. It is there for you to learn from it, and it offends you even better. Because you are less likely to repeat it. History is not yours to change or destroy.
That is so right. So right. Absolutely. We've had that discussion before, where times were different then as well, weren't they? So.
Yep.
Sorry, I'm just getting some fresh batteries.
And speaking of old parts versus new parts, tell me you haven't seen this firsthand yourself.
57-year-old socket pitch 10. Yes. That's when parts were parts. Now they're just
my Escort GT. I had to replace the lug nuts, all of them, 7 years in because it started bulging like that, and I couldn't get a socket on it anymore.
Yeah.
That's pathetic.
Oh, cars. That's what I'm saying. It just shows how much cheaper the fucking crap is that they make cars with now. They're so cheap and chatty now. Unbelievable.
They're disposable, and they're made to be disposable. You could make cars that would never run out, never go bad. DeLorean was going to do that. That's why they ran them out of business.
I can remember when I had I think it was an old Ford Cortina, when I hit a post. Nothing hard. It was just a little dent. You know what I mean? Nothing. It was built. The wings were solid metal. You know what I mean? You do it now in a little car, the whole front end caves in. You're like, what the hell? I was only doing 2 miles and I want my car's back.
Yeah, and your car's totaled. Go buy a new one.
I can see where they've come. Obviously, it's crumpled zones to absorb impact. Like, you know, the old cars that were solid, rigid chassis. You know what I mean? If you hit a wall, you knew you hit a fucking wall in one of them. Like,
in the United States, you look at all the vehicles. I don't care whether you're buying a car, an SUV, or a truck. They're all the same size and shape, roughly.
Yeah.
So that they're equal in a collision. Y'all ever
Tell me
wonder
I've
what life would
noticed
be like
recently,
if we didn't overthink everything? I think about that all the time.
I'll tell you what I've noticed as well, especially here in the UK. You know how modern cars have getting bigger over the years? The wider, what parking bays haven't. We've still got itty-bitty parking bays to get these big cars in.
You couldn't pull a car into my garage. The house was built in the 40s. I don't know how they ever got a car into the garage.
Cars were smaller then. That's a simple thing.
I don't know, mate. I've been to plenty of car shows. I've seen plenty of 30s and 40s, 50-year-old cars. You know, cars from the 30s, 40s, and 50s.
But yeah, you're right. I can remember that because I went to see a Lincoln. It was a 1970. Was it 76 or 77? A Lincoln Continental. This fucking car was 21 feet long from toe to fucking bumper. It was fucking huge.
You know what was smaller in the 40s, though? The people.
Yeah.
We didn't have the obesity problem back in the 40s and 50s. Everybody was skinny.
Same in I think it was the same in Victorian times. Here the people were a lot shorter, a lot smaller.
Yeah. People never reached their full potential. That's what they say.
But then again, people then weren't eating processed crap like we are now, so that's why we're all fat and horrible, you know what I mean?
Yep. Marlboro in the front, Newport's in the back.
Yep, that's cool. Jesus Christ.
I'm no chainsaw expert, but I think that he should put a cigarette out.
What's up that fight? Oh, God, no, that's.
I think the cigarette is the least of that man's worries.
That's sending shivers down my spine, that one. Imagine if that fires up. Oh, my Lord.
And to make it equal so the women have their say as well, here's the current situation. Got to dry out the boob sweat.
Yep.
And for when you don't have an actual barbecue to cook on, here's your food tip of the week. And you can feel free to follow me for more food recipes on how to improve the looks of your food. Don't worry, the meat patty's not real either.
I bet it isn't.
I was a lonely bloke until I glued my coffee cup to my car roof. Now everybody waves at me.
That's clever. I like that. That's a good idea, that.
Hey, how you doing?
You like that? Over here, be like, look at him, wanker. That's what it'd be like now.
My bedroom fan, I'm sorry, it's been running nonstop for the past 3 years.
Fucking hell. Ouch.
I'll be honest, I can't let mine go for 3 years. Twice a year, I legit tear the whole thing apart, take it apart, clean the thing off, and put it back together. Because after about a year, that's exactly what it looks like, and it's going to be blowing. Yuck. No.
Yep. It's thick, just sucks it out thick as shit and dust, doesn't it?
Everything sticks to it. And for those of you that aren't our age, y'all better enjoy your 20s, 30s, and 40s, because by the time you hit your 50s, that check engine light comes on and things don't work the way they're supposed to. Then you become a grumpy old fart going to a concert. Pay for it for the next week.
Nothing wrong with that, man.
Here's a new idea for you. How about some goth Crocs?
It would not surprise me at all. It would not surprise me. Dear me.
Back in the 30s and 40s? Oh my God, Susan, can you imagine how luxurious planes will be in 50 years? Reality.
Yeah. Now you've got to pay for them you've got to pay for them separate now over here when you book a flight. You actually got to pay
$5
for
a bottle
if you want one. Fucking ridiculous, man.
And some more tips for your home remodeling experiences. If you're remodeling your kitchen, put one of these in an empty space in the corner cabinet for the next guy who remodels 10 or 15 years later to discover.
That's so cruel. But imagine that'd be brilliant. I'd love to be the fly on the wall and that happens. Like, I would love to be the fly on the wall.
This is the worst morning ever.
Keurig Ranch morning.
I took the Domino's Pizza Hut ranch dressing and used it as a Keurig pod.
Oh, God. That's bad. Some fucker will like it.
Here, you can read this one.
Male honeybees die soon after mating. Their entire life is literally honey nut chief. Oh, fucking hell. Okay, now.
And because we love our CDC so much, they now recommend wearing a seatbelt even when you're not in your car.
Oh, well.
For what
Health
purpose?
and safety gone mad.
I have no idea. We asked earlier, what kind of car do you want? What kind of car do you have? Well, this is the Charger I want, and this is the white Charger that I have.
That would be, if I had money and I wanted to buy a classic American car, that would be one of them. Without a doubt. And then obviously the 1966 Bullet Mustang that Steve McQueen drove. What a car. Love them. Absolutely love
Definitely,
them.
mate.
Massive pony fan. Love Mustangs.
And did you know, maybe you do because your wife works in, funeral industry.
Yeah.
If you die and get cremated, you can be put into an hourglass and still be included in family game night for generations.
That's a good idea, that actually.
1975 and today.
God, man. It's just, guys, what's the matter with people these days? You know what I mean? Just what is wrong?
I remember sitting in the back seat of the station wagon where they had the seat turned sideways in the back. That was legit fold flat so you could put your groceries in and stuff when the kids weren't in the car. When you're going on a family vacation, we were all sitting in the back, jumping around back between front seats and back seats.
Yeah.
Or in the back of a pickup truck.
It's just, I think common sense was ripe in them days, wasn't it? It isn't now. I mean...
There you go, fish and chips.
Oh, come on.
Follow me for some more recipe ideas.
No.
Rise and shine, my fragile Americans. What silly nonsense are we going to be offended by today?
True.
You know who that is, don't you?
Offended.
You recognize him.
Oh. Who is it? Hang on. Oh, God. I know the face. The name. Oh, fuck. Give over, man.
Jackie
What was
Gleason.
he again? Jackie Gleason, man. Oh, my God. What the hell?
I don't know, man.
That's scary. I'm surprised nobody's tried shit like that. Or possibly it has, but it's like government secret.
I've combined a laxative and alphabet soup. I call it Let Her Rip.
Oh my God. Jesus Christ.
And is this the look on your face too when you flush the toilet and the water just starts rising?
I'm out of there. Not me.
And last but certainly not least, a little bit of reality for you. This is what your gross salary is and your net salary after all deductions.
That's That's so true. You like look at the top figure on your paycheck, don't you? Oh, look at that. Then take home pay. Oh, fuck.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, wraps up the dad jokes.
The tax paid to date. Tax paid to date. You bastards.
That's what they take away from you.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you've got to pay into the system. But yeah, like I said, the UK has been scaremongering with their news stories again. Children collapsing after vaping and stuff like that. They've been blasting it all over last week or two. But one person was vaping a THC cartridge that collapsed, but they didn't mention that bit, you know what I mean?
They never do. You have to keep their scaremongering campaign going.
I'll tell you what it is, right? I'm not being funny, but this is a mirror image of what happened in your part of the world. Started off with all the crap, the underage vaping, now the scaremongering, people collapsing. It's exact. The dominoes here have started to fall, I'm telling you. When they ban disposables, that's your first domino. When they ban disposables.
Mate,
telling you.
I'm going to refer you to Elon Musk. He numerous times has posted on there, do not believe what you see and hear from the media. They create self-fulfilling prophecies in order to enact their prohibitions and their closed-minded agendas.
Yeah, but when your governments and authorities start acting on that bullshit, then you've got to start worrying. Hence why you're in the place that you are with the vaping in your country. You know, it's a mirror image here of exactly the same thing. I think if they actually do ban disposables, you're going to be sitting there thinking, what next? Gotta be.
I don't know, mate.
Even though our UK government as a rule promotes it, so you don't know.
It's the old adage: the government giveth and the government taketh away.
See, it is slightly different here in the UK because obviously in the US, you know, it was all about the dollar, MSA agreements, all that crap. You know, they're making money out of selling tobacco. But here, we are anti-smoking in this country. We don't want people to smoke, and vaping is a good way for people to give up. But yet you've got the underage teenagers that's fucking hammering it, giving it a bad name. So they're sitting there to catch 22. I don't think they don't want to ban it, but they do want to ban it. You know what I mean? They're sitting in the middle. Because
it's conflicting interest lobbying for their view to get public attention.
Yeah.
And there are people in your country that want to get rid of public health care.
Oh, without a doubt.
They want it privatized just like, you know, here's the States. Those are the ones that are profiting from suffering and death. And they're the ones that are going to be backing these people that are saying ban vaping.
Yeah. Without a doubt. There's money to be made out of death, obviously. You know, so there's people make money out of people dying. You know what I mean? As simple as that.
Yep, sure is.
And that's not just undertakers, by the way.
No. So it's no surprise when I post something like this that nobody even gets it. The public is so ill-informed about what's going on around them, they don't get it. Oh yeah, it's grandfathered tobacco, of course. But most people don't know how many flavors are available in the 1,200 cigarettes the FDA has authorized since vaping went into PMTA denial.
It's fucking nuts, man.
I posted this numerous times on Twitter. I posted it on Facebook. Not a single like from anybody until I added the context of all the flavored tobacco products you can buy. You can buy roll your own. You can buy chop chop. You can buy cigars. You can buy hookah. All these flavors are available, but you can't get flavors authorized in a vape. That's what seals the hypocrisy in for me.
Exactly.
It's all about the bottom dollar. That's all they care about. Human life and suffering is irrelevant to them. FDA is not appropriate for the protection of public health.
It's all about that big money making machine, you know, and as long as they're making money, they don't give a fuck how they do it, how many people they stamp on, how many people they tread on. They're just making money. It's just that wheel keeps turning, doesn't it?
And the perfect example is right now I've got sickness, right? I've got this congestion, this chest, nasal congestion and stuff, where you buy Sudafed and Sudafed will clear it up. Well, because the FDA had to comply with legislation from the DEA trying to ban meth, because that's where people were buying the Sudafed. And there was even an episode in West Wing where they talk about it. You buy Sudafed, you put it in a coffee filter, you drain it with tractor starter fluid, and you create meth. It's that simple to create it, right? So they had to ban it. So what they do, if you wanted real Sudafed, you had to sign for your life away at the pharmacy counter. And like my wife went to buy a box and she was like, you know what, I'm just going to buy 2 of them now to be done with it. They wouldn't let her buy 2 of them because she already bought one earlier in the month when she was sick. Come back next month and you can buy another box. You're limited to 2 boxes of legit stuff. And you can't even buy, I used to, when I was working as a paramedic, stop at the gas station. And for $1.50, I'd get a week supply of just the Sudafed, the one that you legit had to take every 4 hours. Can't buy it anymore. You have to buy the extended relief or this other stuff. It's all mixed together with other things. Because if it's pure, well, you can make meth. So to combat meth, we banned it.
Yeah.
And what did the FDA do? They authorized this fake Sudafed that didn't even frickin' work. And here we are, how many years later, somebody did a scientific study and called out the FDA and said, listen, this is 0% effective for nasal congestion. So what did they do? They banned it and recalled it off of the shelves.
I think they still got it over here in the UK, but I mean, it'll probably be shit like additives and that put in it now, like to stop you making fucking crap off it, you know what I mean?
But for how many decades did they sell this thing that was supposed to get rid of your sinus problems and didn't do a damn thing except make the company that was selling it a bunch of money?
Oh, without a doubt.
And lied to every consumer out there that bought it.
It's like your cold and flu remedies you get. I mean, you know, your Lemsips and all that stuff, you know. It doesn't fucking work. It's just bullshit, you know. The best thing I've ever done, right? But no, if I get a really bad bout of man flu, I'll never ever go and buy, a flu congent, and I'll just take a simple paracetamol and hot lemonade. All I take. Absolutely does a job. It's the same thing. That's all they've got. They've got paracetamol on, the lemon fucking flavour, and they might have a bit of ibuprofen in. So you take 2 ibuprofen, 1 paracetamol, a glass of hot lemonade. Same fucking thing. But miles cheaper.
Listen, when we were kids, the cough medicine you bought in the stores, holy cow, did those things actually work? The Vicks 44 I took as a kid, and they sprayed that Vicks, the salve all over your thing.
Oh, Vicks.
Ooh, that shit worked. You didn't even know you were sick when you were on that stuff.
Did you ever have a hot bowl of water with a towel over your head? Just inhaling it. Oh my God. Tell you what we used to do many moons ago when I was young and so forth. We used to go to the sauna and put menthol on the coals. Put menthol on the coals in the sauna. If that doesn't clear or bring tears to your eyes, there's something seriously wrong with you. It's like, whoa, that's bad.
Yeah.
And it was instant. But that's when I was posh then, you know. I could afford to go to a sauna when I was young, you see. Not now.
We were all posh back then, man. You could go to the store for $20 and buy a week's worth of groceries.
Yeah, no. I used to have the sauna with the menthol in, and then we used to get a Bic razor, and wait till you start sweating and just shave off your sweating with a Bic razor. You come out like a baby's arse. Honestly, the best shave you'll ever have is a shave in a sauna. No foam, nothing, just a Bic razor, straight. As soon as you start sweating, just the way you can. unbelievable. You come like a baby's bum.
Mate, I went to the store yesterday to buy dinner because I was already out delivering the computer that I fixed last week, and I stopped at the grocery store. All I picked up was enough to make steak hoagies for my wife and I last night for dinner, and a 12-pack of ginger ale to throw in the fridge since I wasn't feeling the greatest, right? And honey and lemon for my tea. $80 I spent yesterday at the grocery store. That's it. That's all I bought.
I just went out because I says, the kids like pastas, they like bolognese, they love stuff like that for quickness. So I says, right, I will do meatballs. I went out, I bought the meatballs already made, a pack of meatballs, 12 meatballs. I bought a couple of sauces, which I then add me stuff to, and 2 packs of spaghetti, which in the day would probably cost you about 5-6 quid. £25 I spent on them little bits of bit, and I'm like, what the fuck? 25 quid?
Yep. A pound of noodles used to cost you $1.
Oh,
now it's 3.5.
Yeah. But like I said, the price I just can't understand how the price of food has just gone through the roof since COVID. Nothing's changed. Just transport system still works. People are still making it the same way. What's the fucking difference? Crazy, man.
Somebody's out there tweaking the knobs behind the curtain to tighten our belts. Meanwhile, the people that are doing it are richer today than they were yesterday, and have been that way for years.
Video I sent you. It's like that video I sent you, isn't it? That Jonathan Pye.
Exactly.
About OPM. 63 grand a year to send his kids to school. That's more than twice the average wage in the UK. Wow.
I had cough syrup before. I once drank a whole bottle and started to feel weird. It's because of the dextrometamorphin that's in it. Yep.
Holy fuck.
Pseudoephedrine is used to make meth, but they found other ways to make it now, just like nicotine. You know, you have nicotine salts, which uses tobacco-based derivatives to concentrate the nicotine, and they add a salt to it to change the pH. That's all that salt does. It just changes the pH of it so it isn't so harsh on your body.
Yeah.
So anyway,
that's it.
You can make it totally synthetic, just like motor oil. You can go buy 100% synthetic motor oil. You can go buy 100% total synthetic nicotine. Anything can be made synthetically.
I have tried synthetic, and you can't tell the difference. You can't taste the difference in synthetic. I've noticed that.
I know that you have to formulate your recipes differently because of synthetic nicotine.
Yeah. I've just bought a normal 120 ml bottle of whatever, and I put my normal amount of synthetic in, and the taste is off, but also I found I was coughing a lot more with it as well.
Yep.
It was just awful. And then when I went to my normal salts, near bother. It is. You can't beat the real thing. I don't give a fuck what you say. You can't beat the real thing.
That's why they tell you not to eat a diet exclusively of processed foods. You need to eat whole natural foods. And it's not about totally eliminating processed foods. It's about adding natural foods into your diet, and then you'll be healthy. But you can't live 100% processed.
Back in the day, though, like I said, that's the thing. Back in the day, people home cooked more. Now they don't. It's more convenient, fast food, ready-made meals, all that shit. That's the problem. People don't cook anymore.
It's not any quicker,
There's
though.
no time. Yeah.
My wife is a fantastic cook. She learned it from her mother, who was a cook her entire life for the entire family. And it was never boxed processed foods. It was, let me make this from scratch, and it tastes better than the shit you'd buy boxed.
Fresh. We used to have a guy who was a neighbour who had what we call an allotment in the day. It was just like a big garden that an area, and he grew his own veg, and you got veg out of his garden. Even this humble potato tasted fantastic, freshly grown out of a garden. Unbelievable.
Tomatoes.
It wouldn't surprise if actually,
especially tomatoes.
Yeah.
You grow tomatoes in your backyard yourself or in your front flower bed, whatever.
Wow.
They will taste completely different than the shit you buy in the store. Hydroponically grown.
Peas, simple peas,
sweet peas. I used to love picking them right off the vine.
Yeah, we used to buy, when we were kids, you could buy bags of pea pods for about fucking 2 pence, and you just get a bag of. We used to sit there and munch on pea pods. No, pop them open, get the peas out. Unbelievable! Can I get them now? You should be able to actually go to the shop and buy a pack of them. Brilliant, man.
I remember coming home from school as a kid, and my mother would have a bushel of green beans. She would sit there and break them all apart to make dinner for us and to freeze them for later use.
Yeah. Honestly, man, just the world is that fast-paced now, man. People haven't got time for it, and that's why processed foods are popular. People are just on the go all the time. They haven't got time to do it. You know what I mean?
And we bought it hook, line, and sinker. One of the things I came across on that podcast, remember I was talking about Diary of a CEO? And I've listened to a couple different experts that they had on there talking about different things. And the one thing that they talked about is everybody thinks that breakfast is the most important meal of the day, right?
Yeah.
It's not true. You know where that came from? Kellogg's Corn Flakes. It was their marketing campaign that convinced people that breakfast was the most important meal of the day and start your day out with Kellogg's Corn Flakes. Well, over time, people forgot about start your day off with Kellogg's Corn Flakes, but they still have it in their brain. Breakfast is the most important meal of the day. Mm-hmm. And this lady specifically says, no, it's not. That's not how our ancestors ate. And if you want to go back to the hunting and gathering way, because they're talking about all these different kind of diets and stuff out there, if you want to go back to the nomadic ways, they didn't eat breakfast. Breakfast in the morning is when they started their hunt, and they hunted all day without eating anything. Once they got their hunt is when they prepared it and brought it home and actually cooked and ate.
You only ate when you actually got something to eat. That was it. You ate when you hunted something and killed something, and that's when you ate, you know. Yep. Especially when you say meat, but, you know, I mean, there was fruit, berries and that, but they didn't have it for breakfast, you know what I mean?
The one lady he had on the podcast said that you could lose 13 pounds in 1 week. All you got to do is constrict your times that you eat, so your body goes through a natural rhythm of burning sugar and calories versus burning ketones. And if you compress your time of the day that you eat to less than 8 hours a day and spend the rest of the time basically fasting, you will naturally burn fat, excess fat off your body. You can eat the exact same things you were eating before, just eat it within an 8 hour period.
I mean, this fasting thing, I mean, I've heard the opposite. I mean, obviously, if you starve yourself, your body retains fat, because that's what you, that keeps it to fuel you.
That's why she's like, you have to eat every single day, but you just compress that to a time frame that's less than 8 hours long. If you do it in 6 hours, it's even better because it gives you 2 more hours in the ketone cycle.
Yeah. I've heard many stuff about various diets and that, like, but I think, you know, like the starvation ones, they don't work. Your body retains fat because if you're not intaking any food, it lives off what's in it. You know what I mean? Pretty much your reserves, and it just makes it worse.
And they used to pack it in salt and smoke it or bury it in the wintertime to preserve it.
Yeah, man.
And it's about having the right bacteria in your system.
That's true.
You can have good bacteria and you have bad bacteria. A lot of people are saying that the reason we have so many people with dental problems nowadays is because of all the processed foods that we're eating that promotes the bad bacteria in your mouth. Whereas people that had nomadic diets never had any dental problems.
Nope.
Because they didn't have the sugars and stuff in there, and their normal saliva was all it took to keep a healthy bacteria colony in their mouth that didn't eat their teeth away.
I mean, some of it, right? I mean, some of the ads you see, I mean, like, there was a famous yogurt brand, right? And they've changed their slogan every year. But one of them was saying, this yogurt has bifidus digestivus that helps it. Like, what fucking shite? Fuck off. Get to fuck, you know what I mean? The advertisers, honestly, it's bullshit. I was laughing. It was a massive, big yogurt company with added bifidus and digestivus. I was like, what? Get to fucking shite, you know what I mean? Bullshit. Bifidus digestivus. Fuck off.
Hey, man.
You know what I mean?
It's like the bread that we eat nowadays isn't the bread that, even our parents used to eat. They used to have real sourdough. They would keep a culture of sourdough growing in the kitchen, and they would use a piece of that to create the bread that they made every single day.
Yeah. Definitely.
And they would use that to start another batch for the next week.
Grandma was a massive, massive bed breaker. I always remember that going to my grandma's house. You could always smell bread. She used to have, in our days, we had like a, our heating system was a hot water barrel like system, lag big hot water tank. It was lagged and everything. And obviously that was your warm cupboard. So you'd have like your water tank, and you maybe have shelves. We used to call it an airing cupboard. That's what we call it, because you put your towels and everything in. When you took them out, they were lovely and warm, off the boiler, off the water tank. And she used to actually rise her bread. She used to put her bread in there to help the yeast rise the dough every time before. And honestly, there was always a smell of fresh bread. And I remember it like yesterday. It was, but that's how she do it. You used to put it in the airing cupboard, as we called it. There used to be big, china like bowls of bread, and you could see it just rise in different stages, man. She loved bacon, honestly. It's fantastic. And it was nice bread, it was lovely, nice shite.
Oh, I used to love coming home after school after a day that my mom would make bread, fresh homemade bread, that nice stuff. And the thing is, it's not like today's bread. The bread that my mom used to make would get a nice hard crust on the outside of it, and you could leave that thing sit, and she would later on, if we didn't eat it all, would actually use that, let it dry out in the oven, and use that to make breadcrumbs.
Yeah.
There was never any mold or any of this other issues that you have with bread nowadays.
It's
if you get good bread.
It's soggy,
and then the bad bread that you have nowadays, you could leave it sit on the counter for a month and it doesn't grow anything. It's like, there's something wrong with that. Doesn't dry out and it doesn't grow stuff? What?
Yeah, it's like soggy bread, isn't it? It's man, my God. Them were the days, honestly. Loved it.
I wondered what the temperature was there. I saw you're all dressed up.
Yeah, I've got me gown on. It's fucking freezing over here.
Not here, mate. I got the window open.
I have. That's why I'm cold. I'm trying to get the fucking smoke out for the vape out. I've got two fucking windows open. There's a 10-force hurricane gale twisting through here. It's like fucking freezing.
It's gorgeous out. I should get out and cut the grass one last time.
We're getting hit with loads of storms at the minute. In the rain.
I see that 95% humidity. It's a wet, cold, soppy mess out there.
We are getting hammered. The storm. We just had another storm whatever, and that one's blown away. And there's shitloads more rain coming in off the Atlantic. It's crazy, man. Unbelievable. That's global warming, folks. That's global warming. Wetter, not colder. Thank God. See, in the old days, I would have called this my smoking jacket. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's not the smoking jacket anymore. Yeah, remember the smoking jacket? I just haven't got me cravat. My cravat's missing.
I think you were meant to be a posh prick.
Yeah, it's the vaping jacket. They say ha 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 ha.
The vaping jacket.
I'm only going to do it English. Look, I'm going to put the little finger out. Like when we drink with tea. There you go. The little finger's coming out of the vape. Bit of English for you, sir. Bit of English high society.
Proper English.
Yeah, proper English
Cheerio.
high society. Yeah,
All right, mate. How about retro vape or random recipe? What do you fancy?
I'm intrigued with your retro vape. That's got me very intrigued.
A long time ago in a galaxy not so far away, KangerTech, who's making a comeback according to the people that went to the UK Vape Expo, created the Protank 2. And I happened to reach into the bin and found two of these suckers today, one without the wrap and one with the wrap. So this one is going to get sent off to Kenny for his little Christmas package. Throw that in there with the Bushido. And let's open up this Protank by KangerTech and see what all the fuss was about. They had the Protank 2 Mini Clear Atomizer series. Make sure there's no links in here. And gave you the resistance and wattage and voltage to use. I guess this was before wattage was a primary specification on these products. And there's the back breakdown. I definitely do love these drip tips that they had back in the day. Look at that. Proper mouthpiece. Kanger Protank. And they had red glass on here. Look at that coil. Holy cow, that's definitely mouth to lung there. And this looks like it's bottom fed. I need a mod that is capable of bottom 510 feeding for the air. Isn't that interesting? What other spare coils included in this? Look at that one. I'll have to put that side by side and see what the size is. Is there truly a difference? I don't know, man. They look pretty close. I remember watching old YouTube videos where they were re-wicking this. I bet that they're using silica fiber for the wicking material. I don't know if you guys can even see that. Yep. Does that not look like glass fiber? Silica fiber? And what is this? An adapter? That is wild.
Come on then, why am I not connected?
Here you go, matey. The Kanger Protank 2.
Why can't I hear nothing?
Because you're not on the scene?
I hear fuck all. Yeah.
Still can't hear anything. I'm going to pull out the heart starter.
What on earth is going on here?
I'll tell you, man, back in the old day, you really had to work at this. I hear you turn your microphone on and off.
No, it was my Bluetooth just disconnected. I couldn't hear nothing when I come back. I was like, hang on, what's going on here? And then it went just, oh, it's bad. Don't
How
start.
many tanks do you have that are 510 pin air fed?
None. Not one. I've never ever had an air fed one. Never ever.
I legit have to pull out, you know, some. Like even this one. The DNA reference mod?
I mean,
that's air-fed 510 compatible.
I mean, even like some of your modern mods, I mean, there's the G-Class 2, and that's got the grooves in for an air-fed tank. But I've never ever had an air-fed tank. Never. Never come across one. So that's why I was kind of like interested in this, because like, just to see what the crack is with them, if anything, you know what I mean? Never ever had one.
And look how thin that is.
I mean, it would have to be MTL. I don't think you go direct. Do you go direct along air-fed? I mean,
no, I don't know if you can or not. I've only seen a couple. This is one of the rare ones that I've got where it's air-fed, and it's like that little tiny slot is where you're getting your air from. All the way around all four of those.
I mean, I'm curious because obviously all tanks now have got their own air intake, so I'm just curious why to see it never really took off. I mean, is it good or is it crap, or you don't know, do you?
I don't know, with the old round wire coils that they have in this thing. Look how small the coil is in this thing.
Oh God, But yeah, with the size of the coils, it would probably work with them, I would imagine. It wouldn't work with modern day coils.
And the other thing I like about this, look, silica wicking.
Yeah. Oh, silica wicking, Jesus. That is old school. Silica. That's old shit, that, like.
Did you connect a 2.7323 ohm coil? I don't know. Is that what it is?
Apparently so.
Apparently so.
Look
4.2 to 4.5 volts.
That's what I was just about to say. Look at that, the manual. No wattage, voltage. Wow.
I never noticed that.
Some mods don't have voltage on.
The DNA reference mod doesn't have a voltage setting.
Nope.
Definitely mouth to lung, mate.
Oh, well, no.
.7 ohms. What is this thing even going to run at? All right, time to do a little math.
I'm saying I have to work out what the volts are to do the watts to work to convert watts to volts. Sorry.
They were suggesting what, 4 volts or something for 2.7 ohms, 4.2.
Yeah.
And when we come up with this on this thing, 2.7.
It's got to be a low wattage on it. You've got to be what? 16, 17 watts, something like that.
This is saying 6 watts.
Yeah, very low.
$12 would make the resistance 8. $9. It's 3.7. There's a 2.7. 8.
3.29. That's got to be low. Then the old days there wasn't
6.55 watts.
Wow.
Holy cow.
That's going to be cold.
Okay.
Your battery will last you for fucking ever vaping that, I guarantee that.
It works.
So just a little bit of vape. Yeah.
Doesn't have much flavor though. It doesn't have any off flavors to it.
I think maybe them tanks maybe would have took 50-50 juice.
Because of how little vapor is produced, I could totally understand now why people were using 18 or even 36 milligram liquids. Yeah. 18 would probably be your throat hit that you would get out of it.
Yeah. Like I said, the juice would be much thinner as well. You've got to be 50-50 easy. If that.
Well, there you go, Kanger Protank.
Do you know what would sit on really nice, right? And imagine your battery life. 3 batteries in
The
that.
cuboid.
With that on.
Yeah, but does the cuboid go down to 6 watts? That's the other question. A lot of these things don't go below 10 watts.
I think it does.
I've got one sealed in a box. I'm going to send it your way. You can try it yourself.
Yeah, but I'll be like 57. If it goes on the keyboard, I'll be 57. So by the time the battery goes flat, I'll probably be about 67.
10 years out of a battery.
With that on at 6 watts. Fucking hell. Definitely. But that was the technology in them days. That was the very early day stuff. That was very early day stuff. Hey, what was? Hang on, let's have a look. What was it called again?
The KangerTech Protank 2.
The KangerTech Pro Tank 2. Let's have a look. Where are we? Christ almighty, Amazon still sell coils for it? Jesus.
No way.
Yeah. Holy mother of God.
It's definitely quiet. This is about as close as you could get to a Sig-alike transitioning to a full-size modern tank.
I think that's kind of where they were. They were called clearomizers then.
Clearomizers.
That's what they're called. Clearomizers. But looking at this, right, there isn't even a... Oh, hang on. 2013. That's when you're looking up for them. 2013.
10 years ago.
2013.
Holy cow.
That is the technology. That's the technology on that.
60 Watt Guy says he used to love this tank.
And up to now, there's only one. I've only found one YouTube review of it, and that was by a guy called Dark Vapor Reviews, who's got 9,000 subscribers, and it was in 2013 he done that. 10 years ago. Holy fuck, man.
That's why we do retro vapes. You want to know what the history of vaping is? You got to experience it firsthand.
2013, my friend. That's when that was around. Holy mother of God.
And it works. There's no off notes. There's no like yucky flavors or nothing.
I think that's kind of where it was when you were like, you were coming off like these stupid Sig-alite things and moving on to your first like kind of kit, and that's kind of where they were.
Yeah, because compared to a Sig-alite, this would have massive vape capabilities compared to what those little things did.
Yeah. Plus, it still replicates the draw off a cigarette as well, because I imagine it's very tight.
Yeah. From what I remember smoking, this is the draw that you would get.
Yeah. So basically, you've got a bit of history there as well.
Makes me want to pull out. I've got a couple bottles. I got a couple glass bottles of e-liquid that I bought when I first tried to quit. I think I still have like an 18 milligram one sitting around. I don't remember what
Holy
flavor
shit.
it was, almond milk or some crazy thing.
Yeah.
Makes you want to pull that out and swap out the liquid in it.
Whack some 18 mil, some high MG in it.
To see if I actually get a throat hit out of it, because obviously I'm not getting any kind of a throat hit with this that I use in my, direct to lung tanks.
You might even get a head spin. Something off that old.
If I chained it, yeah. I'm surprised how good it's wicking. Look at that.
Yeah, man. But that's like I say, if that's not retro, I don't know what is. 10 years old, man. Jesus Christ. I don't even think I was vaping then. If I wasn't, I was not vaping. I was about 14, 15, I think, when I first started. Maybe it's a tad later. Because I did vape for a while before I decided to jump in the review. Because that's all I used to do was vape and just watch fucking reviews. That's all I did in the early days before I even thought about it. So I was vaping a little while before. I kind of done my research and done it and kind of had a rough idea of how everything worked before I took the plunge, so to speak.
For me, it was the fact that I got started. I bought that kit down the vape shop. And I'm like all confused about why are you like closing down? Why is there nothing on the shelves? You don't have any selection. And I looked into the advocacy aspect of things, and I'm like, why are they passing these laws? This doesn't make any sense to me. Everything I read about it said the opposite. This is much better for you than smoking, and it didn't make any sense. So I started watching all these things and watching all these reviews and these videos and stuff, and I'm like, oh no, man, they need people to advocate for this. And ironically enough, Steve from Legion Vapes, back when that's what it was called, put out a video that says, so you want to be a vape reviewer? And actually, I think it was a live stream that he did that, was recorded, and something happened. Yeah. So there was a two-parter. So I watched that, and I watched Nick's stream. I was, watching his stream every week. And he had even mentioned something about, if you guys, are interested in this kind of stuff, go become a vape reviewer. You can just create a video and put it up online, whatever. It doesn't have to be perfect. Once you start doing it, you'll get better at it. Just go do it. So I did that. I sat down one day and I'm like, okay, let me get a camera. Let me get this. Let me get this. Let me try this.
Yeah.
And then going at it ever since.
That's in the day when, like I say, that's the day, like the heydays, like the 16, 17, 2018. Then were like the heyday when everybody was doing it, basically, or new starters. But I've seen a lot of people come and go as well who were good reviewers, but they thought, shite, but this is not for me, A lot of people come and went. Or people that's maybe done it and they're not reviewing, but their channel's still going. And they just like sit on the fringes and various chats and stuff like that. They're not doing anything more.
I got pissed off because a lot of the people that inspired me to deep dive into vaping, I used to follow all their reviews, just up and quit doing it.
Yeah.
Heathen was one.
Heathen, yeah. Christ, we used to watch him.
And I personally related to him, being a firefighter and, having shared experiences and stuff that he would talk about. It's just like, at home, I'm like, okay, cool. And like with Jay Hayes, I'm like, he's got Hungarian heritage, and, he even, made a comment on one of his videos about, how it would be nice if he could speak Hungarian one day. And I'm like, well, I could do that. Well, I speak it fluently. So I related to a lot of these people, and I'm like, I'm not the same as them. Everybody's different. And that's one thing Steve pointed out is, that's what he got started doing. And he was like watching Vape and Biker. And he's like, I'm different from all of these. I have similar characteristics from this one and this one and this one and this one, but I'm me. So if I just go out there and be me, maybe I'll have an audience that'll be interested in just me. So I'm like, okay, that sounds good. I could do that.
It's not just about the whatever you're vaping or reviewing. It's you. People are looking at you. It's you they're watching. They're not watching the device. It's you. You know what I mean? It's down to you at the end of the day.
Wow. Hard to believe. 10 years old.
I think our most recent vapor who disappeared, and he did announce he was taking time out, was the Devil Vapor. I don't know if he'll ever come back, but it was Dean the Devil Vapor. He was a good reviewer. Had a nice setup, nice little studio setup, and he just disappeared off the planet of the Earth. So I don't know what he's doing now. Maybe, like I say, he might have other commitments. You don't know. Or like you say, just got pissed off with the vape scene. You don't know. You just don't know.
The one that got me was Dave. He used to do the Australian Vape Show with Steve and Squidly, Tris, and them. And I used to love his videos. He did one on the Steam Crave where he went out and ordered a bunch of the extensions on there. And he had a stack of Steam Crave add-ons to make the Atomizer Plus like this tall. And he put it on a mech mod. I couldn't believe that, man. I think he's got a lightsaber he's carrying around out there. He just had this kind of humor that he did with his videos. It's just like, and then he had this mask on and he would be vaping through the mask. Just
yeah, man. Crazy guy's a crazy guy, man. Jesus. Wow.
I've seen so many people come and go along the way.
Yeah. Good people as well. Very good people. Yeah. Very good people. But, life is such, innit? It throws so much at you.
And if you don't stick with it, you ain't never gonna get anywhere. That's the only guarantee. No. So we're gonna stick with it. We're gonna go and mix up some random recipes. So it's time for the random recipe bumper.
Yes. Right.
I can't believe how OG Blue used to be my all-day vape every single day. And I vaped that for months upon months upon months. And now I was laying in bed the other night and wife handed me a bottle that was sitting around there. It's got about this much left in it. I put it in my tank and I go, why did I enjoy that so much? Now it's like cinnamon Danish swirl muffin and white chocolate peppermint and creamy milk chocolate and Capella or cappuccino. And
it's evolution, my friends. You evolve. I stopped vaping on something called Purple Rain. Brand slips me mind in it. And if I'm vaping it now, I'm like, how that,
I'm the same way with my Purple Rain, mate.
Yeah.
The grape, Purple Rain by Salty Man, was my grape all-day vape. And my daughter was the one that originally convinced me, hey, man, can you try something different? I don't like grape. I don't like smelling grape all the time. I'm like, okay, I'll try something different. I try some peach and a bunch of other ones. But it's amazing how you go through phases, and even the ones that were your all-day vape, eventually you get tired of it and you want something different.
There you go. I'll show you exactly what that's what I quit on. V-Juice, Purple Rain.
Was that a grape flavor too? Oh, it's blackberry fruit mix with the cooling finish.
Blackberry fruit. Yeah. I used to love it. Honestly, that's all I vape 24/7 when I first quit. I even used to sing the song. I used to walk around, purple rain. That's how I used to order it. I used to go into the local vape shop, and I used to go in and he used to say, what would you like? And I used to burst out the song. I used to go, purple rain, purple rain. That's what I used to do.
There it is.
I used to just like Salty Man. I was V-Juice. That was the brand. I think you can still get it to this day.
Salty Man Purple Rain was my longest one that I used, and then I ordered this, and that was the one that I used for the longest time. That's what got me to make my own. Keep it 100, OG Blue.
Keep it. OG Blue. Wow.
I loved it, and I'm like, oh, I got to make my own. I got to figure out how to do this. And I did, and it worked, and it was fantastic. But eventually you get tired of that, too. So what are we doing today? What are we mixing up?
The first flavor I ever tried, I think, was pear. And it was a horrible pear. And that was my first failed attempt in vaping. They give us, and it was in my KangerTech kit, and the shop gave us this pear. Oh, God, it was fucking vile. I just done nothing but hack me lungs up off it. It was horrible. And the KangerTech got put in the cupboard and back on the cigs, you know. And then obviously when I tried this Purple Rain come along, I was, I'll give it a go. And Bob's your uncle, that was it. The rest is history.
I've tried lots of custards, but it wasn't until I started DIYing my own and cranked up the super sweet in it that all of a sudden it turned from something that was just like, all I get is that lingering vanilla note that just, to something that was truly delicious, like a vanilla pudding, a custard.
A custard is a sweet dessert. The custard, some of the custards you get are the vanilla pod, the pod flavor. That bit, you get that bitterness off the pod. They're horrible. Then it's got to be sweet.
That cinnamon Danish swirl muffin from Rocky Tooney, that was a fantastic recipe. Man, am I glad I made that.
Oh.
I'm debating whether I'm going to remake another bottle of it. I mean, I'm almost out. It's like...
Got to be done, mate. If you enjoy it, it's got to be done. Definitely, sir.
I have so many choices now, and quite honestly, I enjoy trying new stuff all the time.
Yeah, but there's a question for you, right? Out of all the stuff you've tried, what would you say is the one that you go back to? Let's just say, call it your safe bet. The one you know that...
It used to be the OG Blue.
Yeah.
It used to be.
That is now.
Not anymore.
Yeah.
Lately, it was that Rocky Tooney cinnamon Danish swirl. And I went for months with my Hawaiian Punch, Hunky's Hawaiian Punch.
Yeah, Hawaiian Punch, yeah.
Where is it? I just saw it on here. Was it the previous page? Couldn't have gone through that far. There it is.
You'd be surprised, mate. CDS Muffins, Capella.
Cinnamon Danish swirl muffins. It legit tastes like this looks.
Wow.
A rich, sticky muffin filled with cinnamon and sugar drizzled with icing. That's what this tastes like when you vape it.
I've always wanted to try some. That was an experiment I was going to try once, right? I got a flavour of a food. I was going to actually get the food and eat the food while I vape the flavour. How would that one work?
Kind of like if you had a mate of yours make you, let's say, a chili, and you had your wife make you a chili, and you ate both of them, they wouldn't be the same. They would both be chili, but they wouldn't be the same.
Exactly. Different heat, obviously. Some people like it hot, some people not so hot.
Yeah. Steve Lane says, I can't wait longer than a week. If it takes longer than 7 days, then I'll just never know about it. I used to be like that, but now it's like... This is just the past month.
That is my problem. That is my problem, Steve. I'm exactly the same. I think that's why I never really got into mixing as much, because I did not have the patience to fucking wait for it to steep. I was terrible. Absolutely terrible. I mean, I used to wonder why my juices tasted like shit.
Yeah, but you know what? When you're spoiled for choice, it's easy to let it sit there. I sent you that BK milkshake one, and you were like, first tried it, and you're like, man, this one's all right. It's not bad. Then you let it sit there, and you come back to it after you ran out of the other stuff in the box, and you go, holy shit, this ain't half bad. But it had to sit around for 6 months before it went like that.
It is.
Before it lost its funk.
You know. Yeah, it's so true.
All right, let's jump down the list. What else we got in here? What's that freaking BK milkshake? I was just talking about it.
60-watt guy put 5 bottles of 100 ml. That's 500 ml that you're steeping at the moment, Hunky. That's a crap ton of juice, lol.
That doesn't include the stuff behind me on the wall that's going to him for Christmas.
No, pretty much last is gonna. Yeah, here we go. I'm gonna have about a year's supply of juice here. We can see it coming. Holy shit!
You've got the Hunky Hawaiian Punch. You asked for.
Oh my god! He's teasing.
You've got Miyagi's raspberry custard.
Oh.
Creaming soda from Flavors.
Oh.
Creed's custard remix.
Look at the color of them, man. They look so good.
Blue raspberry. Giddy's nanner pudding.
Oh. Oh my god. I'll tell you what, I'm going to be cheeky.
Go ahead, mate.
I'm going to be cheeky, and I wouldn't mind to go with that 4-banger custard you made. Ooh. That looked nice. And as a non-custard vapor, even you liked it.
The definitive 3-banger custard.
Yeah, 3-banger custard, that's it. And even you like that as a non-custard vapor.
That was from February of 21. February 21. 2 years ago.
I'm sure you made it more recently. Positive you did.
Was it in your last package? Is that why you remember it?
No, it wasn't in the last one. I think it's because you made it recently. I'm sure you did a 4-banger, not a 3. I'm almost certain. You've done it within the last year. I'm certain you have.
Custard.
I'm almost certain you've done a revamp. I'm certain you've done a revamped version of it within the last year.
February of this year is when I made that 3-banger custard. That's why there's no year on it.
That's probably it.
It was from February.
I'm with you. I've got you. I knew it wasn't like 2021. I was like, hang on. That's right. But that's I'm with you.
And that was adapted from this one. And this one.
That's right.
I personally like the 60-watt guy's strawberry cheesecake. Holy cow, is that delicious. Yeah. But if you want this, we can make this today. Do I have any 120 ml bottles left?
I'll have to send you some fresh. this one open?
All right. The answer to that is no.
Wow, that's.
I know
so
I got
tiny.
I know I have a box of stuff here I bought from Bull City Flavors. I don't remember what I did with it. I was cleaning the room the other day. I need to clean, organize my desk is what I need to do.
Just have me make one of these. Oh, there's no sweating it, mate. Don't get out your way. Don't worry about it.
No worries. We'll make it after the show.
Look at that fella. How small that is.
It looks like the Sigelli Moonshot 120.
Well, that's what that is.
The OBS.
Little cube mini.
Nice.
Very small. Fuck, that would go on one of them cuboids. That would fit lovely on one of them. And it's a sub-ohm as well. What? It's a sub-ohm. It's got a nice little coil in there. Very cool. Just fill up and go.
Awesome.
Two different types of airflow. It's got your little holes, or you've got a cyclops. It's the Cube Mini, sir. That's what it is, the Cube Mini.
I have the OBS, the one with the fingerprint reader. Right there, actually.
Ah, yes. They've done some good stuff on that day, man. OBS.
And I really like the
I was a
fact
big fan.
It's got that fingerprint reader. So you could literally have it lock unless you're the one that's using it.
I remember the OBS app. They still got it. I still like this. The engine 2 RTA they done, where the coils.
Yeah, I heard that one was really good.
You hung your coils. Yeah, but instead of putting your coils on top of the deck, you actually hung your coils underneath. It was a bit of a pig to build on, but by God, when you got it, it was good.
Miyagi's made some fantastic recipes. Remember the banana marshmallow custard tart from Flavors?
Oh, wow.
That was a really good recipe.
I'll tell you what I did like by Flavors was his maca apple pie. Oh, that was out of this world, that.
That's one I never got.
Oh, honestly. It actually tasted like a McDonald's apple pie. It was really good. Beautiful.
To get that crust and then the apple filling, that fried crust.
Oh, he nailed. Honestly, he nailed it. It was stunning. That's probably one of the best apple juices I've ever tasted. It was fantastic. Really good.
What was the one? Muffin Man. Order that from Liquid Barn. We had actually bought bottles of this commercially made, and then I saw this on Liquid Barn's website. I could order the flavoring mix by itself. And actually, Red Vapes and Advocates was looking for somebody that still had some of that. I forgot to reach out to him and let him know that I'd send him this because my wife was in love with it. I made her multiple 120 ml bottles of it. And then one day she's like, I just don't want it anymore.
Yeah, when you gone too much, you do get sick of it, you know. But
all right, what do I do with it now?
You've done another batch.
And legit, you just take this and put it in at 15% and then make your bottle and you're done. Add your nick and VGPG, done.
Yeah. Make her a cheeky little bottle now when she comes back of it. Never know, do you?
That's a good question. I might do that. I've done that before with the custard and she didn't know.
Yeah.
Because I bumped up the super sweet in there and she's like, this is all right, but it's got that. You didn't give me custard, did you? Maybe.
Yep, you certainly did.
I got the strawberry, I got the cheesecake, and then there was something else in there, and it's just, I think you gave me custard. Well, there was just a little bit in there. It says as an accent.
Yeah. It's just a touch. It's just a
Wendy
itty
vapes?
bitty,
What?
itty bitty, itty bitty.
Shortbread cookie Capella one shot. Amazing.
Oh.
So a single recipe one shot banger. All right. All right, Wendy, we're going to give this a try.
To answer your question, 60 watt guy, do you normally buy liquid short fills or do you go for the aroma concentrates? I'd say 80% at the moment I buy because I'm a lazy git. But you know, I am looking at getting some more concentrates without a doubt. I've tried some of the ones from Dark Star, you know, where you just add your VG, PG and stuff like that. But no, it's for me, it's mainly it's a time thing for me at the moment, you know, because when I'm flat out at work, sometimes it's just easier to go and buy a bottle of juice rather than sit and make one. But you know, I mean, with the flavors pack I got, I did make all of that, so.
Mate, just be honest. You can't be bothered. When you can go into a shop and pick one up for a $5, why are you going to mess and tinker with stuff that you can just...
You know, you've killed me moment. I was moving on to that section.
I'm sorry. I call a spade when I see it. And if the pot's black, I call the kettle black.
Yeah, Alex has hit the nail on the head because at the moment, luckily, we're in a position where e-liquid is so fucking cheap to buy if you know where to go or you do your homework and shop about. You know, the convenience is there. But, you know, I do get the Mixin side. I'm totally up for it. And I will get there one day. I do want to try it. I will get there one day. I'm like everybody else. That's like sitting on the fence, you know, you're wondering what flavors to buy to do your first batch and stuff like that, you know. It's, you know, it's a minefield, basically, you know. It's just like everybody says, you go out, you look at a recipe, get the ingredients, try it, and take it from there. So one day I will.
And the other aspect of it is why waste your time, you know, buying all these different flavors? Some of them you may never like and never find a good recipe to use it in, when you can buy a liquid that you know that you're going to enjoy, or at least you can get through one bottle of it. And if you don't like it, you just move on.
That's the thing. But I'm still in my testing phase, you see, because when Alex sends us samples, shall we say, I'm thinking, yeah, I would like to make that.
Like the King? Vic's King recipe? Or Prince?
In fact, you know what it is, guys and girls? What I'm really going to do, I'm just going to send Alex a couple of $100 a month, and you just kind of send us juice every month. Why start making when I've got that guy who can do it for us? There you go. I'll still give him the glory, though.
All right, we'll see if this is truly a one-shot.
What's that one? You're a bit blurred. You haven't focused in there, mate.
Yeah, I know.
Come on, you little fucker. There you go. There you go. Capella. Yeah. You're in. Shortbread.
$3 grams. That's all it takes.
3?
For 60 ml bottle.
That's going to be 3 grams. Wow.
5%.
It's really that potent. Wow. Is it really that potent, would you say?
That's a shortbread. Straight up.
Yep.
Wow. Okay. All we need is a little super sweet because it had no sweetness to it whatsoever.
Speak of the devil, just look who's come in chat. It's Flavors himself. How you doing, sir? We have not seen you for a long time.
Hope you're doing well, mate.
Hope you're doing
We're just talking
well.
about
Full
you.
of busy. Yeah, man. Wow. Nice to see you, sir.
We're just talking about our favorite recipes. Some of yours came up in the list.
Of course.
All right, what are we looking at here? 11.5.
So you doing that as a one shot shortbread?
Essentially, that's what this is.
Wow.
And Wendy's the one that originally did it, not me. I'm just making her recipe. And I need to get off my lazy butt and actually put up some reviews for all these things. Including Darren's stuff. Now that I've worked my way through the one shots.
Oh. I could definitely vouch for like Darren's. Darren's is really good stuff. I'll give him that. Like,
yeah, what the hell is this Macca's apple pie? I never got to experience that.
oh, that is amazing. That the maca.
What's the
maca
secret?
apple-
How do you
just
get
maca
that
apple
fried
pie.
crust flavor? I've tried mixing different recipes like the
fantastic.
taro, the churro that you're supposed to use as an
fantastic.
ingredient and supposed to give you that fried crust flavor. I never was able to get it.
Honestly, out that whole box that he was kind enough to send me, that was my favourite one. The maca apple. Oh, it was out of this fucking world. It was beautiful. Oh, if he'd sent us a box full of that, I would have still been a happy bunny. It was all one flavour. Really would have. It was absolutely beautiful.
I've enjoyed so many different recipes that we've mixed up here. I'm still sitting here using this
awesome.
heart starter that we mixed up not too long ago.
Yeah, man. What the fuck was it called, man? Where were What was it called again? Flavor. Oh, Z M-A-K-K. Yeah.
Give this a good shake. The question on the crust for the apple pie again, how do you get that flavor of a fried crust to apple? Apple filling, you know, there's many different recipes out there that produce a good apple filling, but none of them, according to what Kenny says, is able to replicate that fried crust that you get on a Macca's apple pie.
It was just like a McDonald's apple pie. It was fucking out of this world.
That's something I haven't had. Like this one Muffin Man.
It was maca.
It tastes like a muffin, like an apple muffin. So you had the spices right, the apple was right, and it tastes like, you know, a muffin. But to get one that actually has the fried crust, that's what makes yours very unique. And I'm just curious how you can get that kind of a fried crust flavor.
It was amazing, man. What was it called? Was it maca or something? I can't. Oh man, it's got me fucking heat done in.
No, I do not want to do an upgrade right in the middle of the stream. Thank you very much.
Where's that one?
All right. What is this? Shortbread.
Oh, it was fucking...
Print.
What was it fucking called? What was it? Trying to find it.
Wasn't it just called Macca's Apple Pie?
Or something like that. It was definitely, it was M-A-C-C-E. Positive it was.
This wouldn't be the first time that I've had, you know, single flavor recipes. Single flavor recipes that turn into actually one-shots. My favorite is the orange that I made when I was single flavor testing flavors one-shot. It wasn't one-shot. It was orange flavor. That one just tastes like an orange crush soda. And it's the same as this recipe we just mixed up today. 5%.
Oh, it's really pissed me off. That now, that.
Single flavor. Super sweet. Done. And I've talked to a bunch of mixers that say that there's a lot of commercial liquids out there that's what they are. There's essentially just a single flavor that they sweetened and maybe added an accent note to it.
I think it was a one-shot. I'm sure it was a one-shot. Sure it was one of these one-shots.
I don't know, mate.
Oh, God. It actually tastes like a McDonald's apple pie. It was just out of this world.
Are you checking your ELR recipes or what? What are you looking for?
I'm just looking on his website to see if it's on there.
He answered it in chat. My OBS chat isn't continuing on.
It's probably why I'm listening on the chat. Yes, Macca's apple pie. That was it. Honestly, out of this world. That. Honestly, that was. It tastes exactly like a McDonald's apple pie. I'm telling you, unbelievable. I was blown away by it.
My favorite was candy cane.
Nope. Macca's apple pie all day. I'll tell you that was what was it? It was a 60 ml one shot. How long that lasted me? A day and a half was gone. Not even a day and a half, gone. I chained it. I put it in the Titan. I just filled the Titan up and just hammered it. It was that good. You know, like just when you get a juice that you just can't get enough of, and you just wah 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 wah. It was like that. Absolutely unbelievable. Yeah, Macca's apple pie, beautiful, beautiful. Honestly, I think it was his 60 ml one shot. It was gorgeous.
Here's a question for you. Here's something nobody else ever talks about. What is the worst flavor you ever got from Flavors?
The worst. Oh. Oh, what was it again? It wasn't the worst flavour. It was a flavour that wasn't my cup of tea, I think. It's not a melon one.
Fruit salad was the one for me. I just did not care for it. I didn't get it. It didn't taste like a fruit salad to me. I don't know. There's something about it that just... Me and it didn't get along.
See, there's so many takes on that because like there's the fruit salad in the fruit, or there's the fruit salad in the sweet, like the candy. We've got a candy called fruit salad, so it depends on your take. Yeah.
See, for me, fruit salad was always, traditionally like you got your grapes, your watermelon, your cantaloupe. It's legit all the bunch of different fruits thrown into a bowl.
We've got an
That was the reference that I was comparing it against.
Oh,
and he says it's one of the best sellers in. Yeah, but you guys also love musk, which is popular in Australia. Musk candy in Australia is just. Here to us, it just is like that's old lady perfume smell. It didn't vape bad. It didn't taste bad. Just was unusual for us over here. Wasn't that you were talking about last week, Kenny, about man versus food? You used to love watching Man versus Food. He would go around and eat all these funky things that were native to certain countries. Like in Asia, they eat, cockroaches and stuff like that. They fry them and cook them.
There you go. That's a fruit salad in the UK. It's a candy. A lot of people try to replicate that. It's basically pink and yellow. It's like to round it up, it's like kind of like a strawberry and a vanilla sweet, like chewy candy. That's a fruit salad over here in the UK.
Huh.
So there you go.
See, the only thing they have around here that's like that is Starburst.
Well, this fruit salad is it's a similar consistency. It's like a chew, what we call a chew.
Yeah.
But fruit. But Blackjacks, it was like a version of that, but fruit rather than yeah, we've got them over here, Starburst. They were called, what were they called before? They were called Starburst again. Opal fruits. They were called opal fruits over here before they became Starburst. Just like Marathon became a Snickers.
Yeah.
Can you remember a Marathon bar?
I love Marathon bar.
Bar. Yeah, now it's a Snickers. What the fuck did they do that for?
The dogs heard somebody barking, so they tore through the door, knocked over the light. And now one of them was trying to get back in here, and I'm like, let me open the door for you.
Mine's bugged off. It was there, we used to get it off. I think it's because there was food on the go. As soon as food on the go, he's out the door.
Go.
Yeah,
no,
don't worry.
Go lay down.
Don't worry about it, Darren. Like I said, Darren, don't worry about the time difference. We are well aware that daytime here is nighttime for you. Wow.
Musketeer. Chocolate bars are the best. Three Musketeer.
Ooh.
You guys have Three Musketeers?
No, never heard of them one. Never heard of them. Musketeer chocolate bars. Let's have a look at that. It looks more like a Milky Way here.
It's essentially a Milky Way without the caramel.
No. Our Milky Way is just a basic, like, soft center thing. It's, I don't think there's any caramel in it as such.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, fucking hell. I've typed in Milky Way and what it do, give us the galaxy. I don't want the galaxy, I want the chocolate.
No, there's caramel on it. There's a layer of caramel on the top of that nougat. Three Musketeers as the same as the Milky Way, except the Milky Way has the caramel coating on the top.
No. Totally different, mate. Look. That's the UK version of a Milky Way bar. It's just nugget. It's no Milky Way, it's just a nugget.
Isn't that interesting? So the Three Musketeers
There's
is
no
your Milky
nuggets.
Way.
With caramel. We haven't got caramel in it at all. It's just plain nugget. Very soft
That's
and light.
the same as the Three Musketeers.
There you go, that's our Milky Way bar. Probably, you could say, the UK version of your American version, I suppose. Yeah, Milky Ways.
Three Musketeers.
Love them, man. You're thinking of the Mars ones, the Mars copycats are them, where they do put the caramel on.
Yep.
But our normal Milky Way does not have caramel on it.
There are so many things that are different all around the globe.
I mean, we kind of are similar because, like, I would say the UK has probably picked up more American foods and recipes as they've gone along. You know, I mean, your McDonald's and all that. You know, it was never around when I was a kid. It's just now. It's just bang.
What the heck is Champa?
Oh, Chompa bars. Oh my god. I think we've actually had them over here. Chompa.
Well, you're gonna have to show it to me because I even searched for it and nothing is coming up.
Oh my, what? I'm sure we've got them in here. CHOMPA bar. Okay. It's a chomp. We call it a chomp bar. Which is, if you bear with us, they are chomp. A Cadbury's chomp.
Yep.
That's kind of our version of it. Lovely. 25 cents. It's not that
chocolate
new.
bar. Kind of like a Kit
Bit
Kat,
old school out there. Yeah, pretty much.
except it looks like there's a layer of fudge in the middle.
It's like I think it's caramel in it. Very nice.
Huh.
Anyway, excuse me a moment. I need a toilet break. Be right back.
Cadbury. It's interesting when you look around the world, there's so many different sweets that are made in multiple countries and they just have completely different names to them. My favorite European treat, let's see if we can find it. Toblerone. I remember getting those as a treat when we were a kid. Rice Krispies. Missed that from the USA. Rice Krispie cereal, and then you had Rice Krispie marshmallow treats. That's a treat we used to make all the time when I was growing up as a kid. It's essentially the Rice Krispie cereal. You would melt the butter and marshmallows and stir it all together, put it into a pan and cut it into little things, and now you can buy them as little individual snacks that people can treat themselves with. No, I don't want pumpkin flavored. I got myself some pumpkin spice coffee creamer. Oh, no. That just does not go with a good hearty coffee. Pumpkin spice. I know there's some people that are diehard pumpkin spice lovers, but no. So what's a good holiday treat that you guys would like to see replicated in e-liquid? It's that time of year where you go move into the fall season over here and going in the summer down south of the equator. But what kind of e-liquid flavors would you guys like to see? Eggnog. That's a good idea. Oh, I definitely love pumpkin pie. I could eat that all the time, not just Thanksgiving. I got a recipe for eggnog the one time. I can't even think off the top of my head who was the one that sent it to me. I mixed up the recipe. It was essentially just a one shot of an eggnog flavoring, and I didn't like it. It didn't taste like eggnog. It had too much spice, not enough egg notes, not creaminess was missing from it. I don't know. Space Turtle 1, hello and welcome.
Oh, God. I've beaten the loo twice and there'd been 2 very long peas. I don't know why. Very long.
This one looks interesting. Speaking of eggnog.
Oh.
We give that a shot.
It's an interesting one for you, right? Look, it's not for now, you know, but with the festive season coming up, I wonder if you can actually come up with a Christmas flavour rather than, you know what I mean?
Flavor West does have an eggnog, yes.
Eggnog, wow. That's ticking the boxes already with me. Bavarian cream and a custard, come on. Oh, that's ticking the boxes right away.
And from my experience of the eggnog, when I made that as the single flavor one, who the heck was it? Mowgli Vapes was the one that sent me the recipe for that.
Ah, right.
The eggnog had all the spices right, but it was missing on a lot of the eggy aspects of it and the creamy aspects of it. So I'm thinking, okay, well, Flavor West eggnog at 2% with vanilla custard and Bavarian cream. Well, it might be a lot more like an eggnog than what his recipe was. It was just too much spice.
Yeah, you've got to have that. Yeah. You've got to have that bit creaminess, haven't you?
So we'll try that, and we'll go with some super sweet. Come on. We'll give that a shot.
Oh my God. That looks really nice.
It sounds good.
Oh yeah, on paper it looks really good.
Well, a little problem with these bottles. There's no nipples.
I beg your pardon.
It's not in the cap.
Well, that's an odd one.
And they're chubby gorilla bottles. I thought they were going to be fantastic. And then I got them and it's like, no.
Like, what the hell happened there? No, it is. You are so right, Space Turtle. My stomach feels like my throat's being cut when he starts whacking these recipes out and talking food. You know what I mean? My stomach does bloody somersaults. Even the 60-watt guy is getting hungry now. See, mate? I'm always munching on shit, mate. I don't know. I should be with 30 clen. Honestly.
So you think you gained a stone since you started doing this live show is what you're saying?
Quite the opposite, sir. I've lost weight since I've done this. But that's down to work. This show is for... The show is to enable me to gain weight again.
I see.
No, I started that Amazon job in April. And it was when we had like a heat wave and all that shite.
Yeah.
And I'd lost 2.5 stone in about 3 months, 4 months, just due to sweat, grafting and all that shite. I was like, yeah, this is good. But now we're at the plateau now where I'm used to it now. So it's a case of, am I going to go plus or minus again? We'll have to wait and see. Because obviously with the winter coming up, you're going to eat more comfort food and more warm food. So I'm thinking it's going to be the opposite. I tell you what, be fair. Well, the guys at work brought me to work the other day. Goulash. I've never had goulash for ages. Oh.
Hungarian goulash or American goulash?
Hungarian.
That's the question. Ah.
Hungarian goulash. That's where he's from. Hungary. Wow.
Magyarország.
So nice. Yeah.
That's how you say Hungary in Hungarian. Magyarország.
Right. Wow. I'm shit with languages. I mean, the wife's got like German relations, and the wife can speak a bit of German, like. But it's all like throat coupling. I can't do it.
The only thing that's not even unique, but is a different characteristic from English for the Hungarian language is rolling the R's.
Wow.
Jó reggel. Good morning.
Well, my German is brilliant. Auf Wiedersehen.
Dankeschön.
Dankeschön.
Bitteschön.
Do you know this one? Jagerkopt.
9.
It's a naughty word.
Ah. It's always a benefit when you can swear in other languages.
Jagerkopt is basically an English shithead. Jagerkopt.
My favorite thing when I was growing up as a kid was we were being taught, and this was my grandmother that did that to us. You know, poems are big in the Hungarian culture, right? So she would teach us this poem to learn what the rivers were in Hungary. And just like, you know, anything else, if you have something that you are like interested in it, or like, oh, that's so taboo, you catch on to it really quickly. So my grandmother taught us this, and we were so proud when we learned this that we went and told our mother that, and she, was not too happy with her mother. But it's Duna tisa drava sava marosh, ureg onyad laba sara sorosh. So you got to learn the 5 rivers in Hungary: Duna, Tisa, Drava, Sava, and Maros. Those are the 5 rivers in Hungary. And to remember that, the poem is Ureg onyad laba sara soros. Your old mom's legs are covered in shit. So we picked it up real quick. Duna tisa drava sava moros, ureg onyad laba sara soros.
No wonder she wasn't happy. Beg your pardon?
But I forever knew the 5 rivers in Hungary.
But it is the way, when you do learn like that, whether by poems or even song, you learn. I mean, I remember at school, we used to spell Mississippi by song. M-I-S-S-I-P-P-I. We used to sing it.
Yeah.
To spell it. And it stuck and it sticks in your head because it's just if you sat there in front of the blackboard and went, you'd like, I bored, got a kip. But when you put in a song, rhyme, rhythm, poem, whatever, it makes it more interesting. You learn it, and that's how we learn how to spell, singing it.
Exactly.
That's why I listen to Rammstein. I learned a bit of German, listen to Rammstein. Just sing some of their songs. But the wife's fantastic. She's pretty good. Oh, bugger off, Space Turtle, trying to test us.
What's he testing us on?
German. Ich wusste nicht, das kann ich durchsprechen. Well, that's obviously speak.
In Deutsch is German.
Yeah.
Each watch doesn't need test. He wants to know something about if you how well you speak German, I imagine.
Yeah.
Ich wusste nicht das.
Your wife's good. Your wife's good. Your wife is good arm shit. For God's sake, where are you? I'm gonna get it, like.
One thing I always envied about the Hungarian language is the fact that there were 36 letters in the alphabet. And you spelled it the way you spoke it. So there's never any need for any spelling test, because if you can say it correctly, you can spell it correctly.
Yeah, I can kind of get that.
It's not like in English when you have CH, and depending on where it's at in the thing, it's pronounced differently. And TH is a different pronunciation than T and H is individually. Hungarian's the same way. SZ is a S, and an S by itself is an esh.
Yes.
There's 4 O's.
Oh, there's different ways. There's different ways of pronouncing. We can go letter S, or when we were kids used to go S. Letter K, K, K. Letter K, K. Letter C, K, K. Same thing, innit?
Creamstone, 60 mils. Printed label. Bada bing, bada boom. Done. Now it just needs to sit. We'll see if we get something that's like an eggnog.
Haha. I got it. I got it. Good old Google Translate.
I didn't know that Kenny could speak German.
I can't. Just bits and bobs, my friend.
Yeah, we talked about that before, about having the label printer. It's actually very affordable. I think it was only like $100 to get it. And the cartridges, I buy them on Amazon, not the Brother ones. I buy the, Chinese made ones or whatever their brand is on them. But I got, what was it? A 12 pack of them for like $15. So, got beautiful labels. Can label anything. And as cheap as chips, so keep using it. There's no ink because it's all in the tape.
I suppose if you kind of had a labeling machine, you could probably do it through, like an Office app or something on your laptop, phone, whatever, I suppose. You know what I mean?
Mate, that's what I use. Or
yeah.
I think maybe you weren't here that day that we did that. But there's the app, and
that's right.
I've got all the different ones saved. When I do a 120 ml bottle, it's a different length. So I just save it as a different template. And for like the show mixed ones, I actually put on here the episode number, which I didn't use today. I just used the 60 ml liquid one.
I like the ones where you put your logo on. Your logo ones made it look really good.
Yeah. And it's just drop and drag. And then when I do single flavor testing or when I get new flavors, I have a template that uses that actually uses a thinner tape that you see on all the caps.
Got you. It's cool little device.
But you just double click on it, you copy and paste whatever you want, and you change the specifics, and we're good to go.
On all that stuff. Yeah.
And the latest version of this obviously no longer connects with a USB cable. It all connects with Bluetooth. So they do have an app on your phone that you can use, so you can print them right from your phone.
That's cool, eh?
It also helps in the garage. You walk in the garage with your label printer and your phone instead of a laptop in your label printer.
Yeah.
And this is generally speaking, it's true about all printers. A long time ago, when I first started going to college, going back to school essentially, I bought myself a Brother laser printer that a business would buy. I did that because I knew that if you buy an inkjet printer, you might get 700 or 800 pages out of an ink cartridge that costs you $30 to replace. A Brother toner cartridge for a color printer costs me $80 a piece if you buy the Brother one, or $80 for a complete set if you buy the remanufactured ones. And that's good for 8,000 pages. So I'd rather cough up $450 up front for a color laser printer than pay $60 for an inkjet printer and then $30 every time the cartridge is empty.
But believe it or not, right here in the UK, there's no fucking shit, right? When your ink cartridges run out, say you buy a printer, say a Lexmark, for example, right? And you use the ink cartridges that come in with them. It is cheaper for you to go and buy another fucking printer than it is to go and buy the cartridges.
Exactly.
Seriously. It's cheaper to buy another printer than what it is to buy the... I've got a Canon.
And honestly, they used to sell the printer with full cartridges. Now they sell the printer with half cartridges because they knew people were doing that instead of buying the cartridges.
Exactly. My Canon printer now, it's about 40, 50 quid now for cartridges for that. Fuck, refused to pay it.
Well, being an IT person that did a lot of for businesses, and I did the research, I found out which printers out there. And then if you wanted an ink one, like my wife, for her crafting, has a Canon, I think it's the IP8000 downstairs. They use individual ink cartridges, and the cartridge is nothing but ink. You could replace that with a tank system that had tubes from big massive bottles running to the thing if you wanted to. But quite honestly,
I've seen them, yeah.
The
It's a bit of a chill on,
knockoff
isn't it?
cartridges that are available for sale are so cheap, it's not worth it. We ordered on Amazon a complete set. There was 4 of every single color in there. It was $18. It's not worth.
That's why Lexmark was very popular at the time, because there was obviously people doing aftermarket cartridges that were half the price of the originals. So, you know, this Canon one cost me a fortune, 30-40 quid every time I changed the cartridge on this. Like, ridiculous, man. Don't get us wrong, it's a fucking good printer. The image quality is fantastic. Obviously, it's a Canon, you know, but the cartridges cost a fortune. Like I say, I would probably like a laser printer, like a color laser printer would be out of this world.
But you can get screwed on the color laser printers as well, because there was a business that had a color laser printer, and they're like, oh man, this is crazy. I only get 1,500 pages per toner, and they want $130. Well, it was an HP color laser printer made for small businesses.
Yeah.
And they got them coming and going because they knew exactly what was going on. And I'm like, listen, just take that home and use that as your home printer. Go buy yourself this Brother printer, the 4150L or whatever the heck it was. Your toner cartridges, you can buy remanufactured ones, way cheaper than the Brother ones. But even if you buy the official Brother ones, you get 8,000 pages per toner cartridge, not 1,500.
Yeah.
It's the next size up laser printer. But
It's like I say, I think like everything else, man, you know, I've got you by the
you got to do your
balls when it
research
comes
and know
to-
exactly what you're getting into when you go and you buy and do it.
Again, it's what you use them for as well. You know, if you're using them daily, printing huge, but you know, it pays for itself at the end of the day.
Well, I was doing my schooling online, the college courses online and stuff, so I legit had to print out pretty much most of the books because everything was offered online as PDFs and stuff. And I'm like, I'm the kind of person I need it in my hands. I need paper. I need to draw on it, write on it, take notes.
I like it. Yeah, that's how I like to read a book. I kind of do these iPads and these fucking things that my eyes just gone, fuck nah.
Yeah.
A good old paperback or a good old hardback book, you kind beat them.
I got plenty of them.
Let's face it, the way I look at it, you can't curl up in a corner with an iPad or a fucking whatever like you can with a book. Total different experience in my eyes.
When they first came out with it, when Amazon was the first one that came out with the reader, and it was legit just a black and white reader, and they legit changed the way that the screen is. It's not like, you know, the screen here where it's a nice glossy finish. It was a truly matte finish. And the white wasn't even fully white. It was like a tinted to match what a book would look like.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, so you didn't get the glare off the screen. That's
I'd be
what I'm
happy to sit there and read. But
the modern one, nah.
now everything is
Now it's just
multitasking and super bright screens.
I just think with a book, you just, you know, you smell the paper. It just adds to it, man. You know, the paper, the smell of the paper just adds to it, man. It just gets you, you know, you just engross yourself in it, man, because you're smelling that paper. You know, especially a brand new book that's stiff and you got and you turn the page and the page folds back on itself and you're like, no, get over it. Great, man.
The most annoying thing was that's even happened at community college. They sold you textbooks that were only good for your class for that semester. They legit came out with a totally different book for the next semester. So you couldn't like resell your book. It had zero value at the end of the semester because nobody else was ever using it.
It was just for that term,
and it was a money-making racket. They had 4 versions of the thing that they sold, and they just rotated through all 4 versions.
Yeah.
And by the time people caught on to it, they came out with a new version.
I just think generally reading, I just like a book. You know, I like to have it physically in my hand and the smell of the paper is just, yeah, that's the way you do it.
My favorite was the one biology class I went to. The teacher had used a book from like 10 years ago. So what she taught and she had on her overhead slides and projections on the screen and stuff didn't match what was in the book, because the book you had to buy was the latest version, right? All the quizzes came out of the study guide for the latest version, but all the actual final exam material came from this book of 10 years ago. Well, eventually I was doing a Google search on the one time because I took a picture of the image and I'm like, this doesn't match what's in the book. But I did a Google search, an image search, and I found out what book this actually was, bought the student guide for that book, and every single test on every single question in the exam for the semester and the final and stuff was right from the book, the study guide from 10 years ago. It was funny because I used to take pictures with my phone of the next chapter that we were going to cover, and people in class were like, that doesn't look like it is. I said, it looks like exactly like this book right here. It's like, where'd you get that? I told them what it was. There was dozens of us that went out and bought that study guide from the original thing that she was actually teaching us from, because it didn't make sense with what was in the current book. We're reading this stuff and it's like, it doesn't match up. You're not even talking about the same subjects half the time. Sure, yeah, eventually you covered it all, but it's all a racket. Make money.
We used to have like books on engineering, that's never changed. They say it's a second edition and now this edition, but it's just exactly the same as the original, but with a different fucking cover on it. Mm-hmm. Nothing's changing it, because all your engineering formulas have never changed. Your trigonometry and all. The only thing that's changed in engineering is the technology of the machines, the language the machines use to produce programs with your J codes and M codes. That's the only thing that's changed. The basic principles of engineering, the basic formulas of engineering have never changed.
Mm-hmm.
Still the same. Oh shit.
And the other thing I love is old thermal printers.
Yes. Thermal, Jesus.
It never caused any ink because it's the paper. The thermal printer heats up a little ribbon. That's what makes your paper turn black. Receipt printers are fantastic. That's why I got one here for the show notes.
All right, give us a minute.
Bluetooth died again.
Battery's running low. Yeah, battery.
You know what that means? That means we've been going for 4 hours. It's time for us to call it quits for today.
It's just
we covered everything again.
100%, yeah. The thing is, these earpieces, I never use the left one. I always use the right
I'm the same way.
I've never used it. I mean, I'm partially deaf in my left ear anyway, but that's just, I've never used the left earpiece. Maybe you put that one, it would last for 10 hours, you know what I mean? I wouldn't be able to hear a word you're fucking saying, though.
It's the same here.
You don't just use the one side, didn't you?
Just use the one side.
Habit of anything, innit? Yeah, man, fucking hell. 4 hours.
I can't believe how good this is. 10-year-old technology.
Yeah.
Works great.
I think it'll get better as longer you leave the tank to soak up, because you know yourself then once you allow it to soak a bit, and then by the time you went through a tank of rejuice, it was fully saturated.
I'd be willing to bet that they were using stainless steel wire back then when they used the silica wicking.
Yeah, possibly.
So there's no break-in period on this one. I need to pull out some old e-juice. It's like, 25% flavoring, 50-50 mix, and put it in there and see what it tastes like.
Probably better with 50-50 because like designed for the thinner juices back in them days.
And a good 18 milligram to give me a decent throat hit with each drag.
That would sound interesting. Definitely sounds interesting. Right, you see, you play about with it, didn't you? It's part of the fun.
That's why I have so many different e-liquids here on the desk, and why my desk is such a mess. I mean, every week we mix up one or two of these things, and it just, Okay, that's going to take a while to ripen. We'll get to it.
I've just noticed in the chat, people went, where the hell did you get that red bottle from? I've never seen a red bottle before. Where'd
Red
that go
Gorilla
from?
bottles.
Red Gorilla bottles. Wow.
Yep. Naturally, I picked this up on Amazon.
Are they transparent enough to see how much juice you've got in them as well? Are you?
Nah, not really. Sorta.
Yeah. Red bottles, man.
They're very, very soft. Somebody told me, to try the soft plastic, the LDP or what is it?
Yeah.
LDPE. PET bottles. Because they're so much better than these ones, because these ones are rigid and firm, and these ones are so much better. Well, this has been great, except half the time when I put the top piece in this, after, sitting around a while, it'll split right where the seam is on the plastic.
Really?
So
Wow.
I ordered the red ones, figured, okay, well, the white ones did it, the clear ones did it. Let's see if the red ones do it too. It was cheap as chips. I think it was $5.
I'm surprised they haven't banned them yet because they're. I'm surprised they haven't been banned because they're a colour, so they're attractive to children.
Red stop sign, attractive to children.
Give it time. Give it.
We
time,
see all
man.
the little kitties hanging off of the stop signs on every street corner because they love red that much.
Yeah. Hello.
Yeah. Okay.
That works. Ooh, look, red. Like the Pied Piper leading the rats in it, the river. Red.
Yeah, that's the best they can come up with. And go pound salt.
Crazy, man, isn't it?
And something else I've come across when we were at the concert, the one lady that was there is actually a dispatcher for Allegheny County 911. And she had a little Views Vibe or one of the Views products that they had. And we were all going out for a little break, right? The one lady was still smoking, this lady's vaping. And she's like, I know I shouldn't be vaping. It's so bad for me. It's probably worse for me than smoking. I'm like, no, it is not.
No, don't be
Stick
stupid.
with your vaping. You will be much healthier. She's like, I don't know. The FDA would have authorized something besides, just those two things that you can find in the gas station that I don't really like. Some kind of flavor, because it's the flavor that keeps me vaping, If I had to vape tobacco, I might as well smoke cigarettes. I'm like, that's why they didn't authorize any of the flavors, because they're losing too much money. It's like, there's got to be a bigger reason than that. The government's looking out for me. I'm like, listen.
Nope.
1 in 5 smokers in the UK will be given a vape starter kit to quit smoking, to encourage them to switch. She's like, oh. I'm like, the entire country of the UK wouldn't do this with public healthcare system if they didn't think it was going to save them money in the long run. She's like, you know what? You're right. Then all of a sudden, the wheels started turning in her head. I could see her brain going, wow, I guess the FDA is only worried about money. They really aren't out there protecting the public health.
Well, that is the big difference between the UK and the US. The US are more about making money. The UK are more about saving money. That's the big differences. Simply because our health service is funded by the government. It's government run. They don't want to spend billions and billions of pounds a year on people dying with smoke-related illnesses. It would save a fortune, man.
Yeah.
Absolute fortune. It's like I think that guy said, for in the long term, for everybody that where people are investing in vaping and the government's investing in vaping, in the long term, it's going to save them as the end result. They might be investing a small amount in the vaping, but they're going to save a huge amount in smoking-related deaths as costs to the NHS. It's going to balance the books. That's why everything's up in the air, man.
Yeah, I've got Nick in the freezer out in the garage, and as long as that freezer doesn't kick the bucket and, totally thaw the thing out, I'm going to not look into that Nick store that I have there for 6 years. It's going to take me that long to go through what I have sitting here already.
I mean, do you think that's another I know it's probably complex, but obviously the US, they ban flavors, ban selling this, ban selling that. But do you think they'll actually go after the DIY market eventually?
I have no idea. It's all about financial vested interest and what they can get away with without looking bad.
Because like you say, obviously the ingredients you buy separate, or ingredients you can buy every day for other things to use it for, you know what I mean? So that's where it's going to be so hard to maybe clamp down on it.
Yeah, I don't see them clamping down on it any more than what they already have, because there's no way that they can actually get it all. They're legit at this point, tipping the scales to the point where people are just going to get what they want from the black market.
Yeah.
You can't go and ban everything. As soon as they go after this one, guess what? Even the Chinese companies have wised up and says there's no point in us spending millions of dollars to get the FDA to authorize our stuff when they clearly haven't authorized anybody. So we're just going to sell this. And whenever they realize that we're the most popular brand and sell it, we'll just change our name. Whole new website, whole new place to sell it. People will buy it. As long as people want to buy it, we'll keep selling it. We change our names 50 times in the next 10 years, so be it. There's nothing to come after. It's the same thing corporations do to avoid losing money. You know, we've got the Monsanto issue going on where they were spraying glyphosate on everything, right? Because it was the only thing that was impervious. It kills weeds, but it didn't kill the corn. And all these people are getting sick with it, and Monsanto sold all their interest to Bayer. So when the people went after Monsanto, there was no assets left to take. But the patent rights have been sold off to Bayer. So now people are going, well, Bayer's using it, so we're going to go after them now for the money. Corporations, when they get to a position where they're going to guarantee to lose money, they shelled corporation the assets, limit the funds, and it's a write-off. They'll keep milking it for whatever money they can, and when eventually it catches up to them in all the lawsuits, there's no assets for the people that have been hurt by these products to get any relief from.
Oh, God, definitely. Oh, the cover the tracks big style, without a doubt. No fucking problems with that.
West Wing was a great series that I watched for a long time, and I learned so much on there. And one of the things they talked about in the first season was the one guy that came on the show was a corporate lawyer, and oil tankers used to do this. Remember the Exxon Valdez?
That's right, yeah.
Yeah, well, oil tankers used to do this too. They used to be under shell corporations, not the actual parent company of the oil company. And they would actually lease it out, and that way the responsible party was a shell corp that had no assets, just debt. So if an accident happened and somebody decided to sue them and go, listen, you chose to spend $500,000 less, and now your ship crashed into the shoal because you didn't bother to install the radar to detect this stuff so you could avoid it. Well, worst case scenario, that shell company goes bye-bye and declares bankruptcy because there's no assets, only debt. And then the debt gets wiped off too. It's a win-win for the big parent companies.
Yeah, it's like the same with some of the companies, like on a smaller scale, you know, that I've worked for. I mean, engineering companies. There's a guy who bought an engineering company, milked the fucking credit on that company, got them into debt, then declared bankruptcy, and then a week later started up as another company with a different name, doing the same thing. As soon as you got into the shit, you declared the company bankrupt and started up with a new fucking name.
The mill that my brother works for did the same thing. They just kept letting shit go, not doing the maintenance on it, not letting do it. And eventually it got to the point where something broke, somebody got hurt, they went to sue them. So whenever, you know, the shit was getting real in the lawsuit, well, they just sold the company. They sold the company to a big steel mill company, and they just declared bankruptcy on the small company that he worked for. So anything that they had negotiated contract-wise or whatever, none of that applied because it was a brand new company. Everybody's legitimately fired from the first company before it got traded to the second company.
The ironic thing is, when he used to bankrupt a company and owe them suppliers thousands, when he started the new company, he was still using the same fucking suppliers. So they would go, you were like, what the fuck? How does that work? But he had it in his name, his wife's name, his son's name, his great grandpa's name, the dog's name, the cat's name. You know what I mean? And you're like, how do people get away with this shit? You just basically milking the credit you could get until you got into fucking that much shit, right? Bankrupt. And then we went again. You're like, wow. And yet on the other side of the coin, he was making fucking money. Big money.
That's what Trump did with his businesses. How many buildings did he build that the contractors never got paid?
Right. He was another bugger. I think it's just
the way all big business works nowadays.
I think it's not so much the business. I think they're just clued up to the system. It's how the system works where they do the homework.
Yeah, when you get enough money to have the lawyers to be able to subdivide all your assets and all your equities and all your responsibilities, you get to pick and choose where you suck the money dry from and where you throw all your losses to be written off in the bankruptcy courts.
It reminds me a bit like that movie, Brewster's Millions. You had to spend 30 million in 30 days and not have fuck all to show for it.
Yep.
That would be fucking hard.
It's all possible, mate.
It wouldn't be in this day and age, would it? You'd have to have something. Even if it was a fucking 1 penny bubbly gum or chew or something, you'd have to have something, wouldn't you?
I don't know, mate. It's been a while since I've seen it, but I know that there were plenty of articles where you can go to New York and spend $35,000 on a salad.
On this day and age, 30 million pound you could do in a day. Easy. Not a fucking problem. I could. No worries about that. Easy peasy. Money's worth jack shit now, man. Now, compared to what it used to be. Everybody's saying, like, now £1 million would do me, you know? Like, you think, wait, £1 million in this day and age is fucking nothing. You could spend it a day. So you could buy your nice car, you could buy your nice house, you could pay up all your debt, you'd have a holiday or a couple of holidays, before you know it, it's fucking gone. You know what I mean? Honestly, it's that easy. And if I let the wife loose with it, well, that'd be it. Be gone in half an hour.
My wife's really good about the money aspect of things. You know, she's one of those ones that likes to plan everything. We went on our honeymoon. She legit had folders and envelopes sorted on what was going to be allocated for eating out, what was going to be allocated for our budget for the food while we were there, and what, you know, we had for gifts and souvenirs to come back with. And we actually came home with $150 that we didn't spend because of the way she had it allocated. We didn't even realize that it wasn't gone already.
That's not fun, that, man. You've got to spare the moment when you do shit like that, man. You just fucking blow the bank, man. Fuck that. Jesus Christ. We go out and blow the budget, man. Fucking shite with that.
You can live within your means if you set reasonable goals. You have your fun times, and then you have your times where you live on a budget.
I mean, on the household, you've got a budget, but I mean, like I say, we planned a vacation or something to go. I mean, when I first met my wife, we went on a vacation down to London. We went down for a weekend in London, and me and her combined, this is a weekend between us, spent £2,500 in a weekend.
It's easy to do. If I went to New York, I could easily do the same thing.
We went to town, literally ate out every night, top restaurants. I bought a bike jacket. I bought a leather BMW bike jacket, 300 quid. Yeah, that there you go, cash. We went to the queue at the time at Madame Tussauds Museum, the wax museum. 25 quid to get in, right? The queue was round the fucking block, and then you got the reps coming out. So if you give with 50 quid, if you pay extra 25 quid for the queue, no bother. 50 quid straight in the fucking door. You know, just blew it. Spent the fucking fortune. Well,
right, but if you, instead of going to New York, if let's say you went to Cleveland, you couldn't spend it fast enough. because the things you can buy in certain towns are a lot more reasonable than they are in other towns. You go to New York, it's nothing for you to blow $500 for one dinner. There isn't a place in Cleveland you can go and spend $500 for one dinner. Not to my knowledge.
I mean, we went to an Indian restaurant, and I mean, we obviously didn't eat that value in food, but I mean, but for two, we got a meal that was like £100, you know what I mean? And like, it wasn't like £100, you know, it was only a 3-course meal, but it was like £100. You're like, fucking hell, you know what I mean? There was nothing there for it, you know what I mean? But you do, you've got to have days like that where you just fucking fuck it, you know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
You gotta just enjoy some of the finer things.
The trap people get into though is they start off small and they live within their means when they have no choice but to live within their means. Because one wrong move would be enough to blow the budget and screw all your bills up for the next 6 months. But eventually you get to a point where you can comfortably keep up with everything and you can splurge. The problem is people like to grow their desires faster than they grow their actual income. And instead of, going out once a month for a blow weekend that you just enjoy yourself and don't worry about what you spend, people like to do that every week and every payday. And then you end up making $250,000 a year between the two of you, and you still can't make your ends meet because you're so used to your lifestyle being more lavish than what it should be for what you're making.
That's what it is. It's living beyond your means, isn't it? That's, and
not realizing that you are. Because you have no basis for comparison to know the Joneses only go out once a month. And they have no problem paying their bills, ever.
When I was in the early days with the wife, I had my own place. I was working. Obviously, it was before the children came along. And then we used to go and do the shopping. And bear in mind, there's only two of us in this fucking property. I could do £200 a week shopping, but it wouldn't be fucking food. Your veg, your vegetables and all that. It'd be shit. It'd be crisps, candies, soft drinks, crap. Nothing, microwave. It'd be crap. Chocolate, beer, wine. Nothing basic essentials to live on. It would be shit. Then, if you run out and went, we'll just order a takeaway. But that's when you were young, wild and free, innit? You didn't care, did you?
Yep.
You know what I mean? Wow. But I think that's the kickstart to your lifestyle anyway. If you get used to living that way, you want to keep living that way. And that's when obviously the financial hardship kicks in, when you know you can't afford to do it.
Yeah, usually when you get so buried into debt that you go, my God, if I really restrict everything I do, I still can't keep up with everything because I'm so far behind on everything, and I put so many things on credit cards that shouldn't have been ever put on a credit card in the first place. You shouldn't be putting food and gas on a credit card unless you pay that off every month. When you can't do that anymore, you need to cut back on what you're spending and live within your means. The problem is,
I'm in a fortunate position. In the UK, when you turn 55, you can cash a pension in. Whether it be private, whatever. You don't get your state till 65, but if you've got private pensions gone through your work, whatever, you can cash them at 55. And I did that with one of my pensions. It was about, top of my head, about 35 grand. By the time you pay your 40% tax on your initial thingy, it turned about 27 grand. But with that, I paid off all my debt, got myself a car, got a few things for the house, put a little bit away for savings, and I'm in a position now where I don't know anybody anything. Totally debt free, don't know a soul. All I'm doing is pay me daily, me weekly, whatever. What you live, rent, blah, blah, blah. And that's probably been one of the best. I didn't have a lot of debt, I'll be honest, but it's probably one of the best moves I've ever made. And they say, well, when you retire, you're going to have note. Well, how? I don't owe nobody nothing, so how am I going to have note? Whatever I get's going to be mine. You know what I mean? So there's pros and cons to all of it, you know what I mean?
Mate, I've been divorced twice already, and I've already cashed in my pensions both times. Whatever I had, I used to get caught up with everything and reset my life twice.
That's basically what it is. Just a big reset. Edit, bang, get rid of everything.
Start from scratch, no debt, and live within my means.
Yeah.
So it's easy for me to stay within my means.
That's exactly how I am now. Brilliant. I don't really need to work, technically. I don't pay a lot out every month for bills as such, you know what I mean? But I don't really need to work, but it's in my system. I've always been brought up to work, earn your living, and I do it because of that. You know what I mean? I've always worked all my life. I've had a spell out of work when I went into semi-retirement when I got made redundant, and I was bored shitless. It was great the first year, but after that you were like, what am I do today? You know what I mean? I was absolutely crawling up the walls. No, the housework was getting done every day. The house was immaculate, everything, kids' houses white and all that shit. And you're like, what next? You know, there's got to be more to this, you know?
My downfall is the fact I can never learn enough. I always want to know more about everything. And I dig deep into stuff. Places and corners where most people don't even think about looking. I want to know the ins and outs of it and how it works and why. The problem is then you start recognizing patterns and things that other people can't even fathom. And that's why a lot of the stuff that we see in the advocacy stuff, I'm like, I'm not even going to bother with that because I already know how it got to be where it is, and there's no way you're ever going to change the amount of money that's going into that. There's certain things you just can't break. There isn't a hammer big enough in the world to do it.
Yeah, it's kind of how your thought process is, how you think. I mean, like I say, me and you are kind of in a similar, well, we work similar roles where it's a problem-solving role. You know, you've got to solve problems, figure out how to figure them out. So therefore, you've got that. You know, you've got that thing that, you know, how does this work? How does that? You've got that built into you. So therefore, it carries on to what you do. You know what I mean? You see, like I said, you want to, I don't know, strip your engine out, your truck down, all that. You'll research it. You'll look into every fucking nitty gritty thing that could go wrong. You'll look into every detail, every nut, bolt, and fucking washer on that. While the average Joe going, oh, that's easy, just take that bit off, and put that back on, and then it turns to shit. You know what I mean?
And then they get into the shit and they find out that this day-long project is turned into a week-long project because half the shit that you broke, you can't find anywhere.
Exactly.
You and I know ahead of time that if I break that bolt, I'm going to the junkyard to buy a whole new motor because there's no point in me even looking for that part.
Not any point in trying to get that bolt out. It's fucked. You're dead.
Yeah.
It's the thing I always said. When you come to do a job, especially like in engineering or car mechanic, you've got to have that practice. It's not just theory; it's practical. You've got to have that practical knowledge, whatever you want to call it. You've got to be able to do that. It's like I said, before I got me redundant, I was a CNC turn. I was on the lathe, and I was training apprentices. On paper, they had everything, high grades, knew the fucking trigonometry, knew all the fucking codes and all that shit. You put them on a machine, absolutely clueless. Didn't have a fucking clue.
Because if it's not in their flow chart, they're lost and don't understand how to get to the next step when you run out of options in your flow chart.
Yeah.
We have to think outside the box and look at things holistically and go, here's the plan, how we go from here to here. No matter what happens, we will get to the end result.
Problem solving, why is this tool cutting XX so big? Why is it doing that? Well, is it wearing? Or is your offsets wrong? Or they would just carry on machining these jobs that were way out of tolerance. You're like, whoa, stop. You know what I mean?
Meanwhile, you and I know that after you run this thing 300 times, it's time to change the bit. Because it's a lot cheaper to change the bit every 300 runs than it is for you to go 500 runs and have 100 runs of scrap.
Yeah, exactly. But some of these guys couldn't see that. Even though on paper they were great, But when it comes down to actual hands-on,
I've been given tons of business opportunities over the years, and I've forgotten so many of the ones that I've turned down because it just wasn't viable in the long run. Sure, it might have sounded good for a year, but what the fuck are you going to do after a year when this goes on and this happens, and now I am stuck with all this that I'm never going to be able to do anything with?
I mean, when I got off of my redundancy, I jumped at it because the simple reason why I was training a guy who was good on paper, but shit when it came to practicality, I want to go call it, the words kind of get it, and yet he was getting more money than me. And I'm like, hang on a minute.
Because there's a lot of people out there, that's all they chase. They know they're eventually going to get caught on what they don't know and what they can't do. So they milk the system as hard as they can for as long as they can. And as soon as they get caught, they just flip and do something totally different. They fake it until they don't make it, and then move on.
It's one of them jobs where you're easily found out. There's probably a lot of professions where you're easily found out where you don't know what you're doing. Because you make the basic mistakes, and people who know what they're doing think you don't know what you're doing. You get found out. Engineering's a prime example of that. People that say they're programmers, all right, it's a program. No, that's not a program. Sorry, mate, you fucked. Bye. You're not a programmer. See, as soon as they try. Nope, you're not a programmer, mate. Bye-bye. You're just a button pusher. Simple as that.
I've always said, I'm a master of all trades, but a specialist in only a some. Because there's only a couple that I've gotten deep down into the nitty-gritty of it and fully understand it. But like anything, if you don't keep up with it, you lose that specialty, and technology marches on, and you have come into it 6 months later and you're clueless. You do have no idea where you even start.
That's the thing with engineering, because the software for the machines is going that fast. I mean, I was trained on the old Fanuc systems. I mean, you're talking the old system, the old OS systems, you know what I mean? Where you were typing in, literally hand typing in programs to the controller. Now, you can do drawings on them and it'll just generate the program off a drawing, you know what I mean? And some of them now are more like voice interactive as well. I mean, like the Fanuc, but you've got the Mazatrol controllers now, they're even more advanced then. And if you put me on one of them now, I'll be like, I need more training on this, like, because it's just that.
So you know how to look at the big picture, right? Where's it going to be when our kids are our age? When AI controls everything.
Perish the thought.
What are people going to do if there's no basic essential income?
What have I said to you from day one on here? What have I said to you? Come on, what have I said? Skynet.
With AI.
Terminator. It's fucking coming, I'm telling you. Skynet is fucking coming. Tell you, I'm fucking mark my words. When you're sitting there, 90 years old, and there's a fucking robot fucking wiping your ass. You know what I mean? You heard it first here on the Hunky Vape Show. There you go. Tell me, man, it's scary, really scary. We've got AI now available to the public, right? We're getting to grips with it now. What's the fucking military doing with it now? They're so advanced to us. We don't get that until the military are finished with it decades. What's the military doing with AI now? It's fucking scary, mate. I'm telling you. Fucking telling you, mate, honestly. The military probably got fucking Armageddon soldiers already walking around, man, doing shit and fuck knows what. We don't even know about it, man. You just don't know.
Just take a look at drones. Drones are totally self-contained units that fly all on their own and are remote controlled, and you don't even need to be in the same country to fly them.
Yeah, look how far they've come. In a matter of... So, it's honestly, if we're getting AI now, what's these fuckers in governments and military doing with it now as we speak? Oh, scary shit. Tell you, RoboCop, fucking Terminator, here we fucking come.
Yep.
So it's just, telling you. Mark my words, my friend. Mark my words.
And the ironic thing is, even when I was getting my degree in information security, AI at that time was in its infancy, not even looked at, but all the software was actually being written by the computers. Software is being written by software.
You've got self-learning technology now. That's the scary thing. It's self-fucking learning. I was going to say, hang on a minute, human race don't need them.
I read an article the other day that said that it's going to read awareness. AI is going to reach awareness by 2030. Self-awareness.
Yeah, man.
Software with self-awareness is right around the corner.
Skynet, I tell you. Terminator might be a fucking film, but yeah. How far are we away from shit like that, really?
By the time government gets around to legislating, what regulations are going to be pertinent to that, it's never going to be able to be stopped.
Nope. EI will be a government short again. What do you want me to do that? Fuck off. I'm doing the way I do it. Scary shit, man, honestly. You know what it is? I think technology is going way too fucking fast. We're going too fast. I mean, I remember when you got your first mobile phone, it was a brick. Your first video player was a fucking giant cassette deck. Shit like that. And look at it now. You can do it. You've got a computer on your fucking phone. You're walking around with a computer in your hand. Wow.
Your phones are more powerful computer than ones people are buying at Walmart nowadays. And most people don't even know it.
So the word technology's advanced so fast in last 3-4 decades? That's crazy.
I had to laugh. Somebody brought me an HP computer last week. They wanted me to fix it. And I'm like, I can't fix that one. He's like, what do you mean? It's the same as all the other computers. You got a power supply and you got a motherboard and you got memory and chips and everything's separate. I'm like, no, it's not. It's all one piece. That's essentially a laptop in a full-size case. No, it's not. Yeah. I'm like, yes, it is. Look at your power cord. Oh, yeah, I thought that looked different. It's got a brick on it, just like a laptop. I'm like, because it's essentially a laptop in a full-size computer case. There's nothing to upgrade. There's nothing to change. There's nothing to fix. When it's shot, it's shot. I might be able to reflow a graphics chip on the board, but that's about it. There's no upgrade path for it. You'll buy another one. We live in a disposable society, and it was engineered to be that way.
Can you remember the Mac cheese grater? The big fucking aluminium case Mac computer. They call it the cheese grater. I had 2 of them, and I couldn't do fuck all with them. Yet, in that time they were out, the fucking memory it had in was fucking phenomenal. That like fucking, what was it? 512 mega memory in or something, which was massive in them days. It was like 256 tops, and you couldn't do it. And then obviously I was looking on YouTube and there's people doing Hackintoshes where they were putting a modern system in it. But I thought, I'm not that up to date. I mean, years ago when you were looking at Windows 95, Windows 98, maybe Windows Millennium, I was building computers then. I was actually building them from scratch. Now, I wouldn't know where to fucking start.
My climax in computer technology was Windows 7, which started out as a piece of garbage, and by the end of it, just like XP, was loads and bounds better than anything anybody could do. And Server 2008, I had intimate knowledge of every little thing, even the stuff that the designers say you shouldn't have been able to change. But now, just forget it. Everything's virtualized.
Looking back at Windows, I thought XP was probably the best one they ever made at its time. XP was brilliant. As it went on, I think as it went on, it's getting more automated and it's doing more stuff in the background. What it never used to do in the older versions, you had to manually do this, you had to manually do that. Now it's just fucking doing its own bastard fucking thing, and you just got to.
I'm waiting for people to wake up and realize Windows 11, half of it's nothing but virtualized stuff. It doesn't actually run on your computer.
It's all up in the
Everything's a
cloud,
remote call to an internet web address.
Yeah, it's crazy, man. With XP,
What's
I
Windows
thought
12
it
going to be
was
like?
Oh, virtual. You don't even have to put it off your computer. You just be working off the cloud, off the internet.
I can pull my Windows 98 machine out of the shelf in the basement and fire it up and throw Windows 12 on and it'll run because it's all internet based.
So I'm saying technically you'll not actually need a physical computer. All you need is a fucking monitor, an internet connection, and that'll be it.
You'll be able to run it from your phone.
That's where it's going. Yeah, that's where it's going. Or a little box. The little box was so big you'll not even need a computer before long.
Yeah, and everybody that learns C and C# and think they can program all this wonderful shit, well, guess what? Windows 11's all on Rust now.
It's all going to be virtual. It's all going to be online. It's all going to be stored up in the fucking cloud, wherever it's going to be, or a virtual network. You're not even going to need a fucking computer. It's all going to be up there, fucking floating about in cyberspace or whatever the fucking call it. You don't even need one. And that, to me, in this day and age, can be very dangerous because the hackers are going to have a fucking field day with it. Really, they are.
I'm looking forward to redoing the website. This has been on my to-do list for a long time, but I'm going to have to do it next year regardless. I'm going to have AI write a bunch of the modules for it. I'm not even going to bother. Why should I do it when I can type in a command specifying what I want the module to do, and how I want to have it operate, and what data I want to leech off of it later, and it'll write the module for me. I don't need to pay anybody to do it. AI is going to spit it out for me, and I just plug it in and use it.
Well, you know the DTLs you get for fucking DaVinci? You can write them on AI. Yep. You tell it what you want, it'll write that DCTL.
There's already people doing that. They're using AI to write it, and then they're selling it as their own package they wrote that they didn't have anything to do with.
Yeah.
And if something doesn't work, they don't have a clue on how to fix it because they didn't actually write it.
I mean, some guys, some guys have noticed, brother, they get out to write a basic one, and they'll tweak it, put a little spin on it, and then boom. But the hard work is being done by AI. The basic is being done by AI.
Listen, on my website, that's what I used already. This little thing I have on the website that tells you an up-to-date count of how many smokers have died since I quit smoking and started vaping.
Yeah.
I asked AI the question on how to put that in there, and I come up with my own little thing that was this long. AI spit out a 2-line thing that does the calculation, and I plotted it in there and threw it into the module, and there you go. There's an up-to-date count.
Fucking unbelievable, isn't it, man? It's just getting fucking nuts, man, the way it is. I mean, here we go.
My fear is people are going to be stupid and not know how to replace it if it ever crashes.
It's crazy, man, isn't it?
You and I are the kind of people that we look at things and we understand things and the ins and the outs and how it works, and we always will retain that ability to use what we call common sense that people don't understand because they really don't understand how anything works in the world. They're too worried about TikTok and their 2-second videos. 5 seconds of serotonin blast to their brain to make them feel happy because they laughed at this, guy making this joke about this dog, and
it's unbelievable.
It is what it is.
There you go. Boom. Give us a moment here. This is how I've just literally done this 10 seconds ago, right? I'm going to share my screen with you now. As you can see, that's the question. Create a web page about cooking using all known codes. Bang. There you are. There's your web page. Done. That took what? Less than 30 seconds. Fucking scary, man, isn't it? That's your basic code for a web page.
Don't need to know anything, and there it is. Done.
It's done. Everything's there. So you can now transfer that code onto a fucking web. Boom, done. I could copy and paste on a web browser now. It would come up with a page. Let's have a look, Highlight it all.
What are you going to do when AI becomes its own script kiddie?
Fucking hell, man. Really? Shit. That's what I'm saying.
You thought the government had trouble taking botnets down. Wait till AI takes over and creates its own.
Oh, that's what I'm saying, because, like, you think about it. It can be used for good, but it can also be used for fucking bad. You know what I mean? And that's the scary thing.
Now imagine if somebody that's truly a genius can sit there and write a command. What they can come up with in their brain to have AI develop.
It's pushing the right buttons, isn't it, when you think about it? You know what I mean?
Listen, there's already been numerous articles out there talking about how they tricked AI into generating like authorization codes for like the Windows operating system, for example. You can do the same thing for nuclear missile codes, can't you?
Yeah. I mean, when you think about, because some, like I said, your chat GPT, for example, the free version is just its database of knowledge. The paid version, you're including the internet, so it can search fucking everywhere. So you think how powerful that can be.
AI meets quantum computing. And just like you keep saying, Kenny, Dusty Country Road just verified Terminator's not that far away.
It ain't. Tell you, Skynet. I mean, when you think of a computer system that's self-learning, self-fucking this, self-that, nobody to regulate or control it, that's creepy. That is so creepy.
And then compound that with the fact that we bring Alexa into our lives, bring iRobots in here, and this is the latest commercial I just saw on the TV the other day. iRobot, clean underneath the table. So they had this little control room, and they were like, we're going to go clean under the table. Really?
No, but you look at Japan, who are actually building robots that look like human beings, what they can actually do. So far advanced out there, like in the technology, you know, they can do okay at the moment, it's basic tasks. But what's it going to be like in 10 years' time?
Mallory Gates, what's up, Buttercup? We missed your jokes today.
Anna, where you been?
She's got a life to lead, mate. Can't expect her to be here all the time.
But I thought she was our biggest #1 fan, that's all.
I think there's a couple people in the running that might disagree with that statement.
Well, with, you know, one of many, shall we say.
One of many,
by all means, all the guys in chat, absolutely, the regular guys, honestly, love you all to bits. Appreciate you turning
Truly love having you all here. If you could please hit the like button, that would be greatly appreciated. We don't do enough of those call to actions.
Oh, you're getting used to your new meds. Oh, bless you.
That's got to be a pain in the wazoo.
Yeah, bless you, bless you. Yeah, when they start giving you shit.
Hasta la vista, baby.
Shit. Yeah, hasta la vista. I'll be back.
Listen, this is how good my freaking TAZO green tea is, right? My sinus congestion is just about totally gone right now. Even my coughing's gone. Just like that. 2 days.
I get there's got to be herbal remedies out there that's nature without. I mean, you know, how did we survive in the past? You know, before we got all this chemistry going. You know, you had herbal recipes, you had stuff that worked. It's still the same today. You know what I mean? It just had to charge you a fucking fortune for it in this day.
Wait till AI releases that information. The cures for cancer that have been covered up over the years. The ways that we can improve our automobiles to do, 100, 200 mile per gallon. The tweaks that have been locked up in patent offices that were bought up and shelved so people could keep making money on the systems that are outdated.
I think the petrol cars days are numbered, because obviously electric and hydrogen, all that's kind of fucking pushing the forefront now. I've noticed there's not many hydrogen cars, they're pushing electric, because hydrogen power, it would cost fucking nothing to run for, especially cars that can actually manufacture their own hydrogen when they're driving. That would be wow, it's in the air and it's free, so how are they going to fucking tax you on that fucker? Fresh air.
I'm waiting for the fusion generators to come online.
Ooh, wow.
What are you going to do when it's all free energy? When you can produce more energy than you consume in raw materials.
This is it, man. There's so much
matter energy conversion. It's not just a Star Trek thing anymore.
Technology's out there, but it's just limited to us because obviously we're still heavily reliant on fossil fuels, and I think they're going to milk that as far as long as they can, fossil fuels, because they're making billions out of it.
They're milking the computer technology.
Yep, that as well.
We had Moore's Law, doubling the number of transistors for half the cost. That's held true for so long, and now all of a sudden, supposedly, we can't keep up with it anymore. Our phones completely disagree with that statement.
I'm saying, I've probably got a phone that's more powerful than a fucking laptop I've got sitting there. So, hello. You know what I mean? We've got a program in the UK, or what the fuck is that? Fucking name's fucking gone. Which is something about hackers, right? The monitor these hacker fucking centers, in India and all that, where they give you the phone call, your Amazon account's being fucking hacked, or your bank account's being blah blah blah. And these guys are something interceptors. It's something called hackers interceptors. These have got all the technology where they can monitor these places that's doing the hacking, and when you look at it and you're watching it, you think, how they're doing such a success rate at hacking people is because people are so fucking gullible. Really, you're getting a bloke saying, right, I need your bank details. A total fucking stranger, I need your bank. Oh, fucking here you are. You're like, you deserve everything you fucking get, you muppet. You know what I mean? People are so fucking stupid. No, well, you need to download this app on your phone so you can move your money to a fucking secure account. And then you basically just open the fucking door and let them into everything. You know what I mean? What the fuck? It's just people's lack. It's just, what it is? It's people's relying on technology. We rely so much on technology now. As soon as somebody comes at you with a technology question, because we're reliant on it, but our knowledge is limited on it. So when people come to you, say, oh, yeah, you're back. Oh, fuck, yeah, right, I'll give you that. And they do, and you're like...
And that has never changed. Kevin Mitnick was the original exploiter that dealt with the whole freaking thing. And I even saw somebody post something out on Reddit or one of the other places the other day, was talking about... is it true that, they had these whistles in the cereal boxes and people could use that to make long distance calls for free? I'm like, yeah, that's where phone freaking got started. The 2600 megahertz tone, 2600 hertz tone that was in that whistle was what the phone companies were using in the background to authorize things.
Yeah.
And you could blow that whistle and it would authorize your call and you wouldn't have to put any coins in the coin machine. That's what started it all.
These are one we used to do many years ago when we had the old pay phones. It was the earlier monetary system. We were still decimalized, but it was the earlier system. But I think it was when the 50 pences were kind of new on the scene. And what we used to do, we used to put aluminium tape over a 10 pence and drop it in, and it used to give you 50 pence credit. It must have been spun off the weight rather than the chip. You just get 50 pence credit on a payphone for 10 pence if you put
All right, so here's your thought experiment for you. We love to doing these thought experiments on here, right? Okay. What happens if you were to eliminate the whole capitalist restrictions on technology marching forward and just embraced it and changed it for the course of improving humanity as opposed to making a few people rich? Where could we be in just a few decades? If the focus shifted away from acquisition of wealth and shifted towards improving ourselves, where would we be?
The thing with technology, although it's a good thing used, if it's used correctly or in good faith or with good intentions, it's fine. But there's that background, you know, the stuff that goes the dark side of stuff, shall we say. That's going to advance as well, isn't it?
Yes, but you know what? All of that comes back to the human being and the human being's interpretation of right and wrong.
Oh, without a doubt. But
there's lots of good hackers out there that are looking out for our best interest, and you know, the first chance of these politicians really do something that could legit, you know, destroy the planet, you better believe that information is going to be well known by everybody without anybody being able to stop it.
There are everybody thinks, you know, when you say the word hacker, it's down. You know, people think it's criminal or it's dodgy. But you've got ethical hackers out there whose job it is to try and get into these businesses, banks, whatever. And then if they do, they've got to fucking tell them how they've done it. You know what I mean? That's the point. It's to improve security. I would love to do that. That would be my dream job. That an ethical hacker. I would fucking have a field day with that.
Listen, that's the whole reason I followed in the information security aspect of things, is to become a white hat hacker. And I was actually certified at one point, but it's like anything else. If you don't actually make your foot in the door at the time that you have those certifications, nobody wants to talk to you.
Yeah. Without a doubt. It moves so quick though, doesn't it? You know what I mean? But what a job that would be. Trying to hack, like, you know, government fucking shit, banking shit and all that. And the fact that you did get in, you're like, yeah, look at me, motherfucker. Fuck you over. I mean, it's fucking amazing, wasn't it?
As long as it doesn't go to your head.
No. Definitely. But that's the danger, isn't it? That's the danger, isn't it? That's where the fucking comes in. Like, right, I'm in. What do I do?
That's where your ethics and your morals kick in.
Yeah.
Doing the right thing.
Right, I'm in. Do I put £1 million in my bank, or do I tell them I'm in the fucking system?
Or do you call out the list of people that have been abusing their powers to keep things?
Yeah. Oh, look at that. The CEO's been fucking transferring money from that account to that account. Shall we fucking grass him up? Some shit must go. It must be some big responsibility goes in with a job like that. Like,
long story short, there is a day of reckoning coming for certain people on this planet, and it's an eventuality that's going to happen.
I'm a big believer in karma, mate, and it will come. It will come. These people that's fucking done this, done that, they're gonna get their asses bit one day, big style. Really, and that's across the board. Companies, politicians, fucking world leaders. One day all that shit's going to come and bite them in the arse. But it's going to hurt. Big style. They'll try the scam stories like they do with the sex scandals and all that shit, you know, and yeah, just wash with them fuckers, you know. But one day they'll drop their guard and somebody will have them.
Yeah.
Somebody will have them.
Well, mate, we've really gone off the deep end this week. Talked about all kinds of different things. Been coming at it once again on 5 hours on a stream that I thought I might have to cancel because I wasn't feeling good at the beginning. And here we are 5 hours later. I can breathe through my nose, no coughing. And
I appreciate your stamina, my friend.
I think I might actually have to go and finish doing the revamp here that I wanted to do, because this camera in my face is fantastic for you guys to see me, but it blocks my big screen that I've got behind me. So I need to come up with another tweak here to get the monitors rearranged and realigned so that And I think I'm going to move this. I really like this thing.
Cinemascope, like. You can't cinemascope widescreen, like, yeah.
You never know. We might have the vlog next week be in a 4:3 format in black and white.
Oh, that'd be interesting.
Might go retro.
With the old green and everything coming down the wear on the film, like, yeah.
The scan lines. I don't know.
Oh, good old VHS. That'd be even fun.
Although realistically, I've got a bunch of stuff I got to get caught up on finishing. I've done the reviews, the beginning parts of half a dozen things now. I need to finish up and get those videos posted. Plus, I got to get caught up on the vlog since I wasn't feeling good last couple of days. I didn't do the podcast this week. Facing hypocrisy. Who are we calling out this week?
Well, you've probably got quite a long list of candidates.
I do. And the data is gathering up to make a bunch of these people. I got to have enough proof before I make claims that sound ridiculous until you look at the facts.
Of course, yeah. Well, you don't want YouTube coming after you with false claims shit, do you? You know what I mean?
Yeah, they can false claim all they want. That's why you're out on multiple platforms, and I need to add a couple more onto it just to make sure. I haven't put us on Odyssey yet. People want to know why we're not streaming on Rumble all the time. Some people say YouTube's numbers are down like 80%.
Yeah, because people are getting pissed off with, like, I mean, it's not just restrictions on vaping, there's restrictions across the board on all sorts of shit. They're just being total fucking assholes. And it's not a freedom of speech channel anymore. I think it's more of a government-run channel anymore. The government's saying, right, you do this, and they're doing it. It's no.
And the partnership with the World Health Organization. That's another one.
Yeah.
We've talked about that a couple times, and CAFRA's even talked about it on their advocacy vlog.
It's not a freedom, it's not a free speech fucking platform anymore. You're getting fucking hounded for whatever. And like you say, it's not just vaping across the board.
Yep.
YouTube, I think it's going to shoot itself in the foot shortly, before long, big style. Shit's going to hit the fan.
People are sick and tired of it.
They're going to have to make a decision whether, like, YouTube should just say, right, break away from the government type of thing and be independent and run like you should be running, or keep going the way they're going. And
I see the problem is it's bigger than that, because it's kind of like the news media, right? We complain about the news media as all being, scripted and censored and the whole nine yards, right? Well, look at where their ad revenue's coming from. 70% of the revenue for the evening news comes from Big Pharma. So they're never going to say anything bad about Big Pharma stuff. And even when they cover stuff that they, have to cover because people are calling them out on it, they're going to shine the best possible light on that scenario.
So on that scenario, where does YouTube's funding come from? Are they still an independent company, or are they funded by other companies? I mean, obviously, they've got ad revenue, to do ads and all that shit by various whoever. But are they funded by an overall?
I'm trying to get information on, and I have yet to find anybody that's been able to give me this information. How much is the federal government actually paying YouTube for their health promotion activities?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like, who's giving them the funding that we don't know about for them to do what they're doing?
I know plenty of people that have put in for Freedom of Information Act requests to get that knowledge, and nobody's found anything that hasn't been redacted enough to obfuscate the source.
Strange one. Oh, well.
But we can spend $52 billion on the latest stealth bomber.
Well, that's fine. We can do that.
Anyway,
right, sir,
folks.
If you've got things to do, we'll round this
Peace,
one
love,
up,
and a Hunky Vape is my wish to all of you. We'll see you all again next week. Same time, same place. Hope you guys all have a fantastic week ahead. Off to you, Kenny.
Again, thank you everybody in chat who has joined us. I was talking about the regulars before. Yes, we love you guys too. All the regulars. And all you, please give this a like, thumbs up, whatever. And if you do watch it on replay, do the same again. Do us a like, refilm, because I know a lot of people can't be with us live. So if you do watch the replay, give us a little like, a thumbs up then as well. It just keeps the YouTube algorithm happy, shall we say. But as also, thank you for your company. Thank you again to Alex for having me on. Don't even know how we're still going this long, but I must be doing something right. So thanks again, Alex. But as always, boys and girls, we shall see you the same time, same place next week. And until then, you all stay safe, vape safe, and we'll see you all very soon. You all take care now. Good night. Goodbye. Farewell.
Thanks for listening. We'll be back next week again for a fresh round.